motion. Mr. Speaker, both motions arise out of the report of the Committee of Privileges issued last week in respect of the complaint against Ms. Raeesah Khan for untruth spoken in Parliament. The first motion deals with the committee's findings and recommendations in respect of the conduct of former Workers' Party MP, Ms. Raeesah Khan, which I had previously referred to the committee. The second motion deals with the committee's findings and recommendations in respect of the conduct of the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Pritam Singh, and Workers' Party MPs, Mr. Faisal and Ms. Sylvia Lim, which arose in the course of the committee's inquiry. Given that both motions arise out of the same report, and further, given that the facts and matters pertaining to the motions are interlinked and the same set of evidence applies to both, I wish to move that the two motions be considered together and debated concurrently. A concurrent or simultaneous debate will allow members to address both motions in a single speech and enable the issues raised in the two motions to be considered holistically. It will also allow for more efficient conduct of parliamentary business. To be clear, and for avoidance of doubt, it is only the debate that is to be concurrent. The motions remain as two separate motions, and at the end of the debate, the votes on the two motions will be taken separately. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
The question is, as moved by the Leader of the House, as many as of the opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the notices of motion.
Item 1, a motion standing in the name of the Leader of the House on the Committee of Privileges report, recommendations in respect of Ms. Raeesah Khan.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your permission to move both the motions standing in my name on today's order paper, one after another, and for my opening speech and reply at the end of the debate to range over both motions.
In view of the earlier decision of this House to have both motions taken together and the debate to proceed simultaneously on both motions, I will allow the motions to be so moved. Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first motion standing in my name on today's order paper, titled Committee of Privileges Report, Recommendations in respect of Ms. Raeesah Khan. I also beg to move the second motion standing in my name on today's order paper, titled Committee of Privileges Report, Recommendations in respect of Mr. Pritam Singh, Mr. Faisal and Ms. Sylvia Lim. Sir, with your permission, can I ask for the distribution of the copies of the two motions that I have referred to? I thought that it might be more convenient for members to have copies so that they can refer to it as I'm speaking.
Please do.
And, sir, may I proceed as the copies of the two motions are being distributed?
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, on the face of it, the motions before us today require us to make certain decisions about the conduct of certain MPs. However, the motions are of a far deeper and greater significance. Fundamentally, the motions are about safeguarding the essence of democracy, our democracy, and preserving its most vital and essential characteristic, which is trust. They are about the need to ensure the integrity of our institutions and Parliament in particular, and about the confidence Singaporeans can have in their elected representatives. These things are not given. Established democracies like Australia and the United Kingdom have in recent months had to deal with allegations of senior parliamentarians being untruthful. The consequences are the erosion of public trust. Now, regrettably, we have to deal with our own situation of parliamentarians being untruthful. How we deal with this will reflect on our values and the standards of conduct to which we hold ourselves as MPs. How did we come to this point? Let me provide a quick recap. On 3rd August 2021, Ms. Khan spoke during the debate on the Workers' Party motion titled Empowering Women. She claimed that the police response to sexual assault survivors who lodged police reports was sometimes disheartening. She alleged that 3 years ago, she had accompanied a sexual assault survivor to make a police report against a rape that was committed against the survivor. She claimed to have witnessed the survivor come out crying. The police officer had allegedly made comments about her dressing and the fact that she had been drinking. Ms. Khan made that statement twice on 3rd August and repeated it during a later session on 4th October. However, on 1st November 2021, Ms. Khan confessed in Parliament that she had not in fact accompanied the survivor to the police station. I'll refer to this as the untruth. I raised the complaint under Standing Order 107B against Ms. Khan for breaches of privilege, and the matter was referred to the Committee of Privileges, the committee. The committee was duly convened and began its inquiry on 29 November 2021. The committee completed its work and presented its report to Parliament on 10 February 2022, making findings and recommendations in respect of Ms. Khan's conduct. However, in the course of its inquiry, the conduct of 3 senior members of the WP leadership also came into question. This led the committee to also make certain findings and recommendations relating to them as well. Before I go into the report, Mr. Speaker, let me say something about the privileges and immunities of Parliament and the corresponding duty that arises. One of the most powerful things about a parliamentary democracy is the ability to speak freely and candidly in Parliament. This is so that MPs can raise matters of public importance, safe in the knowledge that they have immunity from civil or criminal proceedings outside this House. That is a great privilege. In Singapore, this is enshrined in the Parliament Privileges, Immunities and Powers Act of 1962, the PPIPA. But because it is such an important privilege, it must also be used responsibly and must not be abused. This includes the need to be truthful on and to be able to substantiate matters said in Parliament or any committee of Parliament. The other aspect of parliamentary democracy is that MPs are expected to act honourably and to respect the processes of Parliament as an institution and not to act in a manner that would undermine it or the work of its committees. Thus, dishonourable conduct, abuse of privilege, and contempt of Parliament, including its committees, are offences under the PPIPA. Parliament is expected to keep its own house in order. Hence, the Act gives Parliament power to deal with such offences, ranging from a reprimand, suspension of privileges from Parliament, a fine, or even committal to prison and expulsion from Parliament. In addition, if the conduct constitutes an offence listed under Part 5 of the PPIPA, Parliament also has the power to refer the matter to the Public Prosecutor. Let me now deal with the findings and recommendations of the committee. First, in respect of Ms. Raeesah Khan for abuse of privilege. In terms of liability, the case against Ms. Khan is clear and straightforward. She has admitted that she lied in Parliament twice on 3rd August 2021 and again on 4th October. The committee has therefore found that she acted with disregard for the dignity and decorum of the House and recommended that Parliament finds Ms. Khan guilty of abuse of privilege on all 3 occasions. And you will see that this is dealt with in para 2A of the first motion. The next issue then is what penalty she should receive for these abuses of privilege. Here, it's undisputed that when she lied on 3rd August, she was the only one who knew that what she said was untrue and therefore acted entirely of her own accord. Hence, she should bear the full and sole responsibility for those transgressions. The committee has accordingly recommended that a fine of $25,000, that's half the maximum penalty, be imposed on Ms. Khan for lying twice on 3rd August. And that is dealt with in paragraph 2B of the first motion. I turn now to the penalty for the lie that was repeated on 4th October 2021. And this is the issue that occupied the bulk of the committee's inquiry. Because by this time, she had disclosed the untruth to the leader of the opposition, Mr. Pritam Singh, and other two senior Workers' Party leaders, Ms. Sylvia Lim and Mr. Faisal Manap, who are the chairman and the vice chairman of the Workers' Party, respectively. So the issue is this. When Ms. Khan repeated the lie in Parliament on 4th October, was she acting of her own accord, or was she acting on the guidance of her senior party leaders? If she was acting on her own, then the penalty should be higher, because it means that she, and she alone, was responsible for deliberately repeating the lie despite being told otherwise, as claimed by Mr. Singh, showing a lack of remorse. But if, as a young and inexperienced MP, she was acting on the instructions or guidance of her party leaders, to whom she deferred and to whose views she gave weight, then that would be a mitigating factor, because then she is not the only one responsible. In this case, the penalty should be lower. And here, the accounts of Ms. Khan and the three senior WP leaders are diametrically opposed, so much so that, in fact, there can be no possibility of this being a case of differing interpretations or of any misunderstanding. It's a situation where either Ms. Khan lied to the committee, or else Mr. Singh, Ms. Lim, and Mr. Faisal lied to the committee. There's no in-between. Ms. Khan's evidence is that when she repeated the lie on 4th October, it was her understanding, based on what Mr. Singh said to her on 3rd October, that there would be no consequences if she continued with the untruth. Mr. Singh, on the other hand, says that Ms. Khan did so on her own accord and contrary to instructions given. Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal say that they did not discuss the issue with her. They left it to Mr. Singh. Two meetings are key to this issue. The meeting between Ms. Khan and the three senior WP leaders on 8th of August, the 8th August meeting, and the meeting between Mr. Singh and Ms. Khan on 3rd October 2021 at her home. That's the 3rd October meeting. Regarding the 8th August meeting, Ms. Khan's evidence was that the three senior WP leaders told her to continue with the untruth. There was no need for her to clarify the truth in Parliament, and Mr. Singh told her to take the information to the grave. The three WP leaders, on the other hand, say that there was simply no discussion on the matter after Ms. Khan confessed to them, or indeed for nearly 2 months, which passed thereafter. Instead, the discussion moved on to other matters. Next, the 3rd October meeting. This is of critical importance because it took place the evening before the Parliament sitting of 4th October, where Ms. Khan said the lie for the 3rd time. This meeting involved just Ms. Khan and Mr. Singh. No one else was present. The issue with regards to the 3rd October meeting was whether Mr. Singh had made it clear to Ms. Khan that she had to tell the truth, or Mr. Singh gave Ms. Khan a choice as to whether to tell the truth or keep to the untruth. And if he did give her such a choice, whether he pointed her in the direction of how that choice should be exercised. Ms. Khan's evidence is that the conversation was that if she were to retain the narrative, or if she were to continue the narrative, there would be no judgment. Her understanding of this was that, therefore, there would be no consequences if she continued with the lie. She was not instructed to tell the truth. Mr. Singh's evidence, on the other hand, was that he did not give Ms. Khan a choice and that he made it crystal clear that she had to tell the truth. Presented with such conflicting evidence, there is only one way to tell who is telling the truth, and that is to test it against objective evidence, which is what the committee did. They assessed it against the contemporaneous evidence, against written documents, against the conduct of the parties both before and after the relevant events, and They tested it against whether the evidence given to the committee made sense. Taking all these into account, the committee found that Ms. Khan was telling the truth and that Mr. Singh, and to a lesser extent, Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal, had lied to the committee. Immediately after the 8th August meeting, Ms. Khan sent a WhatsApp message to her assistants stating they've, meaning Mr. Singh, Ms. Lim, and Mr. Faisal, they've agreed that the best thing to do is to take the information to the grave. So there's written contemporaneous evidence immediately after the meeting. Her evidence was corroborated by Ms. Low and Mr. Nathan. On the three WP's leaders' own evidence, between 8th August and 3rd October, nothing was discussed about clarifying the lie, but they all agreed that telling the untruth in Parliament was a serious matter and should be corrected. There was no correspondence or documents from them on the issue at all. They did not speak with Ms. Khan on the issue. While Mr. Singh claimed he was concerned with ensuring that Ms. Khan's family was told about the sexual assault before clarifying the untruth, not once did he or the others check if she had spoken with her parents. No steps were taken for any clarification to be made in Parliament ahead of the September-October sittings. The other WPCC members were kept in the dark. Mr. Singh established a disciplinary panel consisting of the very same people who knew that she lied, himself, Ms. Lim, and Mr. Faisal, and they did not disclose this to the CEC. All of these are consistent with a situation in which she was told to maintain the lie. As to the 3rd October meeting, the committee found that the evidence was quite clear that Mr. Singh strongly pointed Ms. Khan towards continuing with the untruth on 3rd October. They found as follows. On 3rd October, Mr. Singh visited Ms. Khan at her home specifically to advise her on what to say at the 4th October parliamentary sitting because he had a feeling that the topic might come up. He did not tell Ms. Lim or Mr. Faisal about the meeting. At this meeting, Mr. Singh did not tell Ms. Khan to proactively raise the matter or to tell the truth. This is not disputed, but this common position was only arrived at after inconsistencies in Mr. Singh's evidence was pointed out and he had changed his evidence. Mr. Singh initially said Ms. Khan had to proactively clarify the truth on 4th October, even if the issue did not come up. But when it was pointed out that no preparations had been made, there was no draft statements, for example, then he said no preparatory steps were taken because it was uncertain if Ms. Khan would have to clarify the truth. At this point, he realized his earlier evidence was untenable, and he changed his position and admitted that he did not tell Ms. Khan to come clean proactively on 4th October. He then said she should tell the truth if raised. But Mr. Singh's claim that he made clear on 3rd October that Ms. Khan should clarify the truth if raised is contradicted by the fact that no preparation whatsoever was made prior to 4th October to prepare for the truth to be told. Ms. Lim admitted, in the context of whether it would have been possible on 4th October to have Ms. Lim clarify the truth the next day on 5th October, that this was not possible because time was needed to carefully structure Ms. Khan's clarification and to make the necessary preparations. This is borne out by what happened after the decision was taken to come clean on 12 October, when the whole Workers' Party machinery swung into action. There were discussions on what the draft statement should look like. The drafts were personally vetted by Mr. Singh and shown to their CEC. Their activists and their social media teams were prepped, etc. On 4th October, as Minister Shanmugam was asking Ms. Khan in this chamber to confirm if the incident had really occurred as she had described, Ms. Khan texted Mr. Pritam Singh, she was sitting up there at that time, to ask, "What shall I do, Pritam?" If, as he claimed, he had been clear that if asked she should tell the truth, there would have been no need for her to text him for guidance. Further, if Mr. Singh's evidence was true, it would mean that when Ms. Khan lied again on 4th October, she would have flagrantly disobeyed his instruction of the previous day. So you would expect that in such situation, he would have immediately have demanded an explanation. Yet Mr. Singh did not speak to Ms. Khan for the rest of the day until close to midnight. And even then, there was no instruction to clarify the truth the following day on 5th October, when Parliament was still sitting. Mr. Singh told Ms. Khan that he would not judge her. This makes no sense if he had told Ms. Khan to tell the truth, as there would be nothing to judge. However, it makes a lot of sense if he had told or encouraged her to continue the lie. Ms. Lowe's and Mr. Nathan's evidence contradict what Mr. Singh said. On 12 October, Mr. Singh told Ms. Lowe and Mr. Nathan that he had met Ms. Khan on 3rd October and told her, "I will not judge you." Both Ms. Lowe and Mr. Nathan understood this to mean that Mr. Singh had given Ms. Khan a choice as to whether or not to come clean, and that if she chose to repeat the untruth, she would not be judged. Mr. Singh claimed that he did not give Ms. Khan a choice as to whether to tell the truth, but this is contradicted by Ms. Lim's notes taken during the disciplinary panel, in which she recorded Mr. Singh as telling Ms. Khan that, "I told you it was your call." On 7th October, Ms. Khan had sent an email to Mr. Singh, Ms. Lim, and Mr. Faisal, seeking their advice on what to do because she had just received an email from the police requesting her assistance. In her email, she thanked the senior WP members for listening to me, for caring for me, and for guiding me throughout this without judgment. The committee found that if Mr. Singh had indeed told Ms. Khan on 3rd October to tell the truth, then after she lied again on 4th October, which would have been a breach of that instruction, she would not be thanking them for guiding her without judgment. And here the operative word is guiding. Implicit in her email is that she followed their guidance until then. The committee found that by telling Ms. Khan on 3rd October that there would be no judgment, Mr. Singh had left her with the view that if she were to continue with the untruth, there would be no judgment on her. The committee further found that taken together, the events of the 8th August and 3rd October meetings would essentially point Ms. Khan in one direction, which is to keep to the untruth if the issue was raised, with the assurance that Mr. Singh would not judge her if she did so. The committee therefore found Ms. Khan's culpability in respect of her repetition of the untruth on 4th October was mitigated by the following: the fact that she was a first-time MP who confessed to and sought guidance from her party leaders as to what to do. Regrettably, the guidance they gave and which she followed was to maintain the lie. Her conduct and evidence showed that she would have come clean if she had been advised to do so from 8th August. The committee also took into account that Ms. Khan's mental health had been unfairly and publicly attacked, in particular by Mr. Singh, and that Ms. Khan had resigned as a Member of Parliament. The committee had therefore recommended a lower fine of $10,000 in respect of the repetition of the untruth on 4th October 2021, and this is dealt with in paragraph 2C of the first motion. Mr. Speaker, sir, I turn now to the recommendations re Mr. Pritam Singh, Mr. Faisal, and Ms. Sylvia Lim. Based on the objective evidence before the committee made these findings: that all three senior WP leaders would have lied to the committee as to what was discussed at the 8th August meeting, and that they guided Ms. Khan to maintain the untruth she had told; that Mr. Singh lied about what had happened at the 3rd October meeting and essentially gave Ms. Khan to understand that it would be all right to maintain the untruth if the matter came up in Parliament the next day. In addition, Mr. Faisal refused to answer a question from the committee at least 8 times, despite being reminded that he had been called before the committee to assist with its investigations and that his refusal would amount to an offence and constitute a contempt of Parliament. The committee considered that Mr. Singh and Mr. Faisal's conduct could constitute a contempt of Parliament and offences under Part 5 of the PPIPA. And the committee was convened to look into the complaint against Ms. Khan, the committee noted that it was beyond its purview to recommend any penalty in respect of the 3 senior WP leaders for their conduct, which arose in the course of the inquiry. Parliament, however, has the power to consider what should be done and to take the appropriate action, and to assist Parliament in this task, the committee has made the following recommendations for our consideration. That while Parliament has the option to refer the 3 senior WP leaders to another committee of privileges, it is unlikely that another committee would make much progress in terms of uncovering more evidence, and that a distinction should be drawn between the conduct of Mr. Singh on the one hand and Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal on the other, given their different roles and conduct. The committee notes Ms. Lim's and Mr. Faisal's roles were relatively subsidiary, while Mr. Singh appeared to have played the key and leading role in guiding Ms. Khan in respect of the untruth. The committee has therefore recommended that Parliament refer Mr. Singh's conduct to the Public Prosecutor with a view to considering whether to institute criminal proceedings. This is addressed in paragraph 2 of the second motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, some may wonder why Mr. Singh and Mr. Faisal should be referred to the Public Prosecutor and why this cannot be dealt with in-house by Parliament. Others may also wonder why it is the case that for Ms. Khan, who lied to Parliament, a fine is proposed, whereas in the case of Mr. Singh, who also lied, but to a committee of Parliament, he should be referred to the Public Prosecutor instead of just being fined like Ms. Khan. These are important questions, and I want to address them. So let me just explain a little bit about the PPI-PA and how it works. Under the PPI-PA, there are what I would term, and this is my term, general offences. The offences of dishonourable conduct, abuse of privilege, and contempt. These Parliament can and often would deal with it themselves. But there's also a certain category of offences which could be dishonourable conduct, you could classify them as contempt, but they're very specific under Part 5 of the PPI-PA. These include lying to a committee in Parliament and refusing to answer questions, as well as refusing to produce documents. There are other offences listed under Part 5, but this special category, what is common about all of them and why they are also regarded as serious is that they essentially pervert or obstruct or prevent the processes of Parliament. Now, for the Part 5 offences, Parliament has the power to refer these to the PP. The PPI-PA does not provide for other offences to be referred to the PP. It has to be under Part 5. And you could have an offence which is a Part 5 offence, but which Parliament may choose not to refer if it doesn't think it is that serious. So in this case, the committee found that all 3 lied. But it's only recommending to refer Mr. Singh to the PP, not Ms. Lim, nor Mr. Faisal Manap, because their roles were subsidiary and their lives were not as egregious. Then you may ask, okay, so what is the difference between what Mr. Singh's lie and Ms. Khan's? The seriousness of the conduct on the part of Mr. Singh is this. Ms. Khan lied to Parliament, and that's bad enough. But Mr. Singh, on the other hand, if what the committee found is correct, not only lied, but lied under oath. And not only that, but this was in proceedings before a select committee of Parliament conducting a formal inquiry and tasked with finding out the truth. And there's also the question of the consequences of a lie in this context, because it would, if believed, have had a bearing on the punishment to be meted out to Ms. Khan. The lies would have determined the fate of another MP who was being looked at before the Committee of Privileges. And that is a different order of seriousness altogether. That is a Part 5 offence under the PPI-PA. And that is the reason why the committee had recommended referring Mr. Singh to the Public Prosecutor. The other thing is that it would mean that Ms. Khan was following his guidance when she lied on 4th of October, and that is also very serious. So, given the seriousness of the matter, it would be the fairest course of action to all concerned to refer it to the PP. The PP will have the opportunity to consider all evidence afresh, including new evidence, in deciding whether or not to prefer criminal charges against Mr. Singh. It would also give Mr. Singh the opportunity to defend and vindicate himself with legal counsel if criminal charges are brought. And fourth, the matter would be adjudicated by the courts, which are independent. In the case of Mr. Faisal, his refusal to produce documents or answer questions can also amount to an offence under the PPIPA, and that is a Part 5 offence. So the committee has recommended that he also be referred to the Public Prosecutor, and this is addressed in paragraph 2 of the second motion. Apart from the offences to be referred to the Public Prosecutor, there remain the following potential offences under the PPIPA that need to be dealt with by Parliament: dishonourable conduct and contempt of Parliament on the part of Mr. Singh for lying to the committee and for his role in guiding Ms. Khan to lie to Parliament. The committee has recommended that Parliament defer any action on this until the criminal proceedings, if any, are completed. And this is dealt with in paragraph 3.1 of the second motion. Then there's dishonourable conduct and contempt of Parliament on the part of Ms. Lim and Mr. Faisal for lying about the 8th August meeting and for their initial concurrence in the guidance to maintain the lie by agreeing that it should be taken to the grave. Likewise, the committee has recommended that any decision on this be deferred until the outcome of the referral of Mr. Singh's conduct to the Public Prosecutor. And this is dealt with in paragraphs 3.1 and 3.2 of the second motion. So in conclusion, the conduct of Mr. Singh and Mr. Faisal will be considered by the Public Prosecutor under the criminal justice process. Parliament will only consider the remaining issues, if any, after the criminal justice process has taken its course, by which time we will have the benefit of what emerges from that process. It is the fairest way forward for all. Mr. Speaker, the recommendations made by the committee are sound and balanced given the circumstances. I would ask members to accept them and to support the motions, as I do, so as to uphold public trust in Parliament and in our democracy. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
The first question is as moved by Leader of the House on the motion titled Committee of Privileges Report Recommendations in respect of Ms. Raeesah Khan. The second question is as moved by Leader of the House on the motion titled Committee of Privileges Report Recommendations in respect of Mr. Pritam Singh, Mr. Faisal Manap, and Ms. Sylvia Lim. In accordance with the earlier decision of this House to have a simultaneous debate on both motions, I will now call on members to make their speeches. Members are allowed to consider both motions in a single speech. At the end of the debate, I will put the questions on both motions separately so that the House can express its vote on each motion. In addition, I will also disallow any amendment to either motion that has the effect of negativing or nullifying the other motion. Any member who wishes to vote against either motion can do so directly without such amendments. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been about 25 years since a Committee of Privileges or COP report has been tabled in this House. When seen as a whole, the COP's processes and the report before Parliament leave many questions, gaps, and omissions, and by extension suggest political partisanship. A key question is this: who did this House commit to the COP? Raeesah Khan or the Workers' Party leadership? The COP did not appear to want to get to the bottom of why Ms. Khan lied in Parliament, nor why she had a propensity to lie with respect to her anecdote both in and out of this House. The fact that she had concocted a lie to bolster her anecdote in Parliament was not balanced against her evidence to the COP. What took center stage instead was her uncorroborated testimony that she was instructed to take a lie to the grave by the Workers' Party leadership, a fabrication which never came out from any witness at the COP except Ms. Raeesah Khan herself. I reject this finding completely. At no time did I instruct Ms. Khan to hide the truth. At the meeting on August the 8th, none of the three Workers' Party leaders told Ms. Khan to take a lie to the grave. I will speak on two main areas before concluding with a section on candidate selection in the Workers' Party. First, I will reflect on my judgment with respect to Ms. Khan's reasons for lying in Parliament, arising from my meeting with her on the 8th of August. Second, I will raise some broad points about the selective nature of how the COP report dealt with the evidence before it. However, as I intend to clear my name and cooperate with the Public Prosecutor, my comments on the COP report will be limited in scope. The most difficult aspect of this episode for me personally, and most certainly something that I have reflected on, is the approach to take when a fellow MP tells you, first, she is a rape victim, and second, how this episode caused an untruth to be told in Parliament. From the moment I learned, after the August sitting, that Ms. Khan had lied in Parliament, there was no doubt in my mind that she would have to confess in Parliament that she had lied, and that she would have to apologize for it in this House. I have shared publicly that the matter of the lie was something for Ms. Khan to explain in Parliament. My firm belief is that a member of Parliament must be accountable in Parliament for what they say in Parliament. In addition, I considered that whenever she confessed, Ms. Khan would have to explain her reason for telling her lie. I did not want Ms. Khan's parents or loved ones to be caught by surprise before she had the chance to speak with them. Looking back though, I gave Ms. Khan too much time to settle herself before closing the issue with her. Between the 8th of August and the 30th of September, I should have been proactive and checked where she was in addressing the matter with her family. That omission is mine alone. I acknowledge the same to the COP in my evidence. However, I will continue to be as sympathetic to anyone who shares such deeply personal details with me. My instinct, even today, would be to keep the information of the sexual assault to myself or to a very small group of trusted individuals, given its highly personal and sensitive nature. I would allow such a person space to deal with the matter. I still believe that it was right that the clarification was made in Parliament rather than out of it. That said, I will discuss with my party colleagues how, as an organization and political party, we can handle such matters better while taking into account how delicate they are. So, on to my brief comments on the COP report. For today, the principal point I will make is the disregard of evidence I submitted to the committee. At minimum, I would have expected a listing of all the documents my fellow Workers' Party colleagues and I submitted to the committee to be included in the COP report, to indicate that they were actively considered in deliberations. I can only assume they were not considered, despite my colleagues and I being served with a summons to produce. There are objective documents that I submitted to the committee which raise serious doubts about the eventual findings reached in the report, including the unparliamentary language used at various places which is not supported by evidence. The most egregious in my mind is the conclusion that in seeking a psychiatric evaluation for Ms. Khan, I had somehow weaponized her condition. The following points need to be considered as to why I mentioned the psychiatric evaluation. First, the notes of the Workers' Party Disciplinary Panel, or DP, which were submitted to the COP, show that Ms. Khan tendered on her own accord documents which revealed that she was the patient of a psychotherapist who had referred her to a psychiatrist. Second, on the 29th of November, Ms. Khan voluntarily shared with the DP that she suffered from dissociation. Once again, the relevant DP notes were forwarded to the COP. And third, I was asked an open question by the COP as to why Ms. Khan would make certain statements. I attempted to give a fair answer in line with what Ms. Khan herself had revealed. If the COP was indeed a fact-finding body, should I not have raised the matter of Ms. Khan possibly laboring under a condition to the COP? In my evidence to the COP, I registered the point that the matter was raised because it covered issues of proportionality and culpability. I believe that Ms. Khan should not be excessively punished for a condition she could be laboring under, and the COP ought to see it as a mitigatory point in her favor. This evidence of mine, supported by the COP's minutes of evidence on culpability and proportionality, is ignored by the COP. So I reject this assertion that in raising the matter of Ms. Khan's mental health to a fact-finding body with a view to consider an appropriate punishment, I had somehow smeared her, or worse, somehow cast aspersions on those with mental health conditions. Another point I strongly disagree with the COP on is how my evidence was characterized with regard to Ms. Low and Mr. Nathan's representations in antagonistic terms. I shared my view with the COP that, in my opinion, loyalty to Ms. Khan was an operative consideration on the minds of Ms. Low and Mr. Nathan. Ms. Khan, in her own WhatsApp text to me on the 22nd of November at Annex C29, states that she would respect any decision the disciplinary panel makes, even if it is to resign. In my DP notes of the 25th of November covering the meeting with Ms. Low and Mr. Nathan, which again was submitted to the COP, Ms. Low made it clear that Ms. Khan's resignation should not be on the cards because, in her view, what she did in Parliament was not serious, and it was not as if Ms. Khan had, and I quote, laundered money, unquote. I believe many would take a different view that telling untruths in Parliament is serious. Such documentary evidence placed before the COP would show that I had good reasons for concluding that a loyalty to Ms. Khan was a consideration for her closest allies. Ms. Low's perspective of the gravity of what Ms. Khan did is one of those good reasons. Once again, such evidence does not appear to have been considered by the COP. I can only speculate why. Could it be to strategically drive a wedge and disunite the Workers' Party and show that its leaders recklessly cast aspersions on their own members? And in making the point, the COP report carefully omits the only character references I made in reference about Ms. Low and Mr. Nathan. And what did I say? I quote, that they are decent, good people and have done a lot for the party. I still hold that view. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the COP's case at its highest relies on one pillar. It believes Ms. Khan's evidence that she had been told to take a lie to the grave. This belief rests on an uncorroborated piece of evidence, a WhatsApp text originating from Ms. Khan herself. The COP deems the fact of its contemporaneousness to be critical in coming to its conclusion. The COP does not question Ms. Khan's credibility, even though she was the one who lied in this House, by her own admission, and even though she also lied when she first communicated with me about the matter. So if contemporaneous evidence is indeed central, one would expect the COP report to exhibit a fidelity to such evidence, but it does not. For example, at para 93 of the report, it makes the case that Ms. Low was surprised the disciplinary panel was set up, and it advances Mr. Nathan's view that the DP was self-serving. However, what were Ms. Low and Mr. Nathan's contemporaneous views on the DP when it was set up? I submitted my WhatsApp text with both of them to the COP. Once again, this evidence is left out from the COP report. For the record, Ms. Low's contemporaneous reply upon receiving my message was, and I quote, "I see. Is there something you need me to do?" Unquote. Mr. Nathan's reply was clearer, and I quote, "Hi, Pritam. Noted on this. I know it's difficult, but I think party members and supporters will be comforted by it." Unquote. These contemporaneous WhatsApp messages directly contradict the COP's findings at para 93. This leaves me to consider Ms. Khan's behavior after her resignation and her motivations for making her uncorroborated claim at the COP that she was told to take her lie to the grave. I would offer that the more natural explanation as to why she would do so is that it was in line with human behavior, logic, and common sense, to use the words of the COP. Her post-resignation behavior was natural in the arena of political participation. When our first Prime Minister executed the transfer of power from the 1G to 2G leadership, according to five-time PAP MP for Whampoa, Mr. Augustine Tan, there was a lot of strain, tension, and resentment when older MPs and ministers were told to step aside for the 2G PAP. In response, one outgoing minister even spoke against the candidature of PM Lee at the 1984 elections. Such was the level of disenchantment. The comparison with Ms. Khan's behavior and testimony at the COP is apt, because not everyone reacts with loyalty to their party or their party leaders when they realize that the curtain is coming down on them or their political careers. How did Toh Chin Chye, former Deputy Prime Minister and Chairman of the PAP, react when he was pushed to the backbench? He became a vocal critic of PAP policies and famously said, "How can I remain a dumb cow?" As to the handover of power, he said, and I quote, "For all party members who had been loyal, it was a painful process. You don't repay their loyalty by throwing them out. We had the responsibility to help them find jobs," unquote. In fact, so serious was the concern of the unhappiness among some members of the PAP old guard about political renewal that then Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew, as Secretary General of the PAP, suggested to his Assistant Secretary General Goh Chok Tong to pack new cadre members into the People's Action Party in case the question of succession and renewal came to the fore at the next PAP party conference. Sir, for the record, there are no jobs for the boys or girls for ex-Workers' Party MPs. When your departure is precipitated by an overwhelming loss of support from your party members and colleagues, except for your closest allies, from a human behavior standpoint, I can understand why a person would turn against one's party leaders. My final point, Mr. Speaker, is on the legitimate questions raised by Singaporeans about candidate selection in the Workers' Party. As this House knows, and as the government has also previously shared, for example, when the chief of the Singapore Civil Defence Force was convicted in court, no selection process is foolproof and people can change. Even PAP MPs have been found guilty of criminal conduct or forced by their party to vacate their seats for other reasons. Potential PAP general election candidates have also been substituted at the 11th hour. The point is that even people who exhibit politically attractive character traits can turn out to be unsuitable. The Workers' Party also has had its fair share of the same experience. It can be very difficult, if not impossible, to test a person's judgment in all circumstances prior to fielding them as political candidates. This is so even for the PAP with its massive resources and far greater ease in finding willing candidates compared to opposition parties. However, the Workers' Party does not use these realities as an excuse. In the main, our candidate selection processes can always be better in spite of the extraordinary circumstances and the political culture of a one-party dominant state. I will confer with my colleagues with a view to fine-tune the processes in the Workers' Party as best we can, taking into account the structural challenges we in the opposition face. This would include the absolutely legitimate demands of Singaporeans that the Workers' Party fields individuals who do not lower the esteem of Parliament or who do not meet the standards expected of members of Parliament. Of course, I will endeavour to the best of my abilities to ensure that our candidates are rational, responsible, and respectable. And if any candidate selection decisions are wrong, I, as Secretary General of the party, take full responsibility. In conclusion, with reference to the Leader of the House's first motion at 2C, the Workers' Party disagrees with the reasons behind the lower quantum of fine for Ms. Khan because it is predicated on alleged guidance given to her by myself, Ms. Lim, and Mr. Faisal, a case which the three of us reject. On the second motion, I am unable to accept the COP's findings that offences have been committed under the Parliament Act by me or any other Workers' Party MPs. Therefore, I will object to the second motion as the basis for the recommendations are that offences may have been committed by us. Nevertheless, should Parliament resolve to adopt the motion, I intend to clear my name and will cooperate fully with the Public Prosecutor. In view of this, I have kept my comments on the COP report for today's purposes very narrow and limited. Thank you.
Dr. Janil Putacheri.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Singh says that the recommendations by the Committee of Privileges rests on only one fact, only one pillar. But the reality is that in examining the evidence provided by him and his Workers' Party colleagues, MPs, cadre members, and the back and forth, the committee came to conclusions on the basis of questions that they had, gaps in the logic, omissions in the submissions and the documents. The questions, gaps, and omissions that he began his statement with are still present. And there are questions, gaps, and omissions about what happened within the Workers' Party. What was the truth of the matter between him, his colleagues, and Ms. Raeesah Khan? He talks about political partisanship, and unfortunately, the conclusion of the proceedings of the Committee of Privileges lead a reasonable reader to come to the conclusion that it is him and his colleagues who engaged in political partisanship by choosing to obfuscate the matter and to deal with Ms. Raeesah Khan in the way that they did. He asks, why was the Committee of Privileges not interested in getting to the bottom of why Ms. Raeesah Khan lied? But actually, the reality is they did, and she herself gave a clear explanation. He and his colleagues doubt that explanation, and he has tried to justify why, I understand. He asserts his innocence, but he has not yet filled in the gaps and the omissions, nor has he answered the questions. These questions on the facts do go to the very heart of the matter as to whether or not Mr. Singh has been honest in his dealings, including with Ms. Khan. On the 8th of August, Ms. Khan went to Mr. Singh, Mr. Faisal, and Ms. Lim, confessed to speaking untruth in Parliament, and on their own evidence, not a word was spoken about how and when Ms. Khan would tell the truth. In fact, Mr. Faisal says 0 discussions were had, no question, no comment, despite an extensive discussion about a completely separate matter. Mr. Singh has not explained how this is possible or even half credible. Why is it that they were able to discuss the clarificatory statement on FGC and polygamy, but felt unable to make a single comment on a far bigger issue, a lie told in Parliament? Is this credible that this could have happened? And as to their concern about her mental state, why was there not a single word spoken between them? Not a single contemporaneous exchange of email messages? What did they discuss amongst themselves? What did they decide to do or not to do? More importantly, why was there not a single step taken to prepare Ms. Khan to tell the truth? It's by their own admission that in the almost 2 months that followed the meeting on the 8th of August, there was no discussion, no one spoke to each other. Neither Mr. Faisal nor Ms. Lim asked Mr. Singh what he was doing to ensure that the truth will come out. Did Mr. Singh check with Ms. Khan or her parents as to whether they had become aware of the sexual assault? As Mr. Singh has explained, he had perhaps given a bit too much time, but he stated it as a precondition, his foremost concern, but he did not once ask about this. And the Workers' Party CEC was also not aware, neither were the party members or cadres. In short, not a single step taken all the way from August until the 3rd of October remotely could be construed as preparing Ms. Khan to come clean and tell the truth. Why? We still don't know. That's an omission, a gap, a question. But looking at all the rest of the statements, the evidence that's produced, isn't it consistent with Ms. Khan's account, which is that if the matter didn't come up, she would not help to tell the truth. Then the truth could remain buried. Mr. Singh should explain clearly why no steps were taken, if indeed it was important, and it remains important, for Workers' Party MPs to come clean, to tell the truth, to clarify an untruth told in Parliament, as he claims. On the 3rd of October, Mr. Singh went to see Ms. Khan. He didn't tell Mr. Faisal or Ms. Lim about this meeting. And he says that he made it clear that Ms. Khan should tell the truth. But he also admits at the same time that he did not say to her that she should tell the truth. Only 4 words were necessary, 5 words. Raeesah, tell the truth, please. 5 words. Why didn't he say that? Why not instead say another 5 words? I will not judge you. Not judging someone is only relevant if Ms. Khan was to continue the lie. There was nothing to judge if she was going to be truthful. And if he had been so clear with Ms. Khan, why is it then on the 4th of October, when Minister Shanmugam raised the matter, Ms. Khan texted Mr. Singh, "What should I do, Pritam?" So she continued with what she was told to do, continue with the narrative, continue with the lie. But Mr. Singh's conduct tells us something as well. If he had been clear with Ms. Khan to clarify the lie, why did he not respond to Ms. Khan on that day and say it had already been made clear? Tell the truth. There's no two ways about it. Why not insist that she stand up, correct the untruth that she had just repeated? Why not do this when she had just repeated the lie in front of him and the entire Parliament? And later, when they met, what did she say, Ms. Khan? Mr. Singh himself said that the first words to him were, perhaps that's another way, that is to tell the truth. Which, to a reasonable person, sounds very clear that Ms. Khan was suggesting to Mr. Singh a different path away from telling a lie. And then again, why not, at that point, make it clear that she needed to come back to Parliament now and clarify. One untruth is a problem. The second time, worse. And why not, at that point, ensure that the second lie in Parliament, the one which he, Ms. Lim and Ms. Faisal were aware of to be a lie, be clarified immediately. The Workers' Party stands for honesty, integrity, accountability. Where was all of that when Mr. Singh was privy to a lie being told again in Parliament? And for all the excuses given about making sure that her father was aware, did Mr. Singh ask Ms. Khan whether her father was aware already? He says no, but why not? It was so important, but it was so important, and it was the only reason he offers for Ms. Khan not having to come clean earlier. Yet at the critical moment, he doesn't bother to ask, he doesn't get the details. On top of this, the Committee of Privileges heard from Ms. Loh Pei Ying and Mr. Nathan. They both spoke to Mr. Singh independently on the 12th of October, when he gave an account of what he had discussed with Ms. Khan on the 3rd of October. Both came away with a clear consensus that he had given Ms. Khan an option, a choice. It was for her to decide, completely contrary to what Mr. Singh had said at the Committee of Privileges. This is further supported by Ms. Lim's own contemporaneous written notes of the 29th of November disciplinary panel meeting with Ms. Khan. Mr. Singh himself had described what he had said to Ms. Khan on the 3rd of October as, "It was your call." And Mr. Singh accepts that she, Ms. Lim, was accurate in her recording. This makes it quite clear. Mr. Singh was recounting his own conversation with Ms. Khan on the 3rd of October and said, "It was your call." Again, an omission, a question left unanswered, which runs up against Mr. Singh's self-professed understanding that Ms. Khan was left with no doubt on the 3rd of October that she would have to come and tell the truth the next day. 7th October, the police sent an email to ask Ms. Khan for an interview. Ms. Khan ignored it after counseling with Mr. Singh, Ms. Lim, and Mr. Faisal. Why not advise her to come clean if that was so important to them? If it had been the intention all along for Ms. Khan to come clean, explain herself, clarify the lie, and then why not cooperate with the police when they ask, what is there to hide if you're interested in integrity, honesty, and accountability? And further, Ms. Khan then writes to Mr. Singh and the others and says, "Thank you for guiding me through this without judgment." And according to the various testimonies, as of the 7th of October, exactly what guidance had been given. The only guidance that we are clear on her testimony was for her to continue with the narrative and not judge her. She had repeated the lie 3 days earlier. And it underscores the idea that Mr. Singh meant on 3rd of October when he assured her he would not judge her. Follow the guidance, continue with the lie, there will be no judgment. It was Mr. Singh's own evidence that on the 12th of October was the first time that Ms. Khan was told that she should come to Parliament and tell the truth. That is the first time that this was expressed, for Ms. Khan to come and tell the truth here in this House to Parliament. And at no time prior to this did Mr. Singh tell Ms. Khan that she should go and tell the truth, including when he had heard her double down on the lie on the 4th of October. Why? Members will also remember that Mr. Singh changed his evidence before the COP on this key point several times. He first said that Ms. Khan was to come clean and raise it on her own accord, regardless of whether it was brought up or not. If that is the case, then he must have known on the 3rd of October that it will come up one way or another on the 4th of October, which means some preparation would have to be done prior to the 4th of October. But when it was pointed out to him that not a single step in preparation was done, he then changed his evidence. He then said she would bring it up and clarify, only if she was asked. What is the truth? There is still a gap, an omission, and a question that Mr. Singh has not provided an answer to. The reality is that none of these questions, which go to the heart of the issue, have been addressed. These are important because they tell us whether Mr. Singh has been honest or not in his evidence to the Committee of Privileges. These also tell us what kind of conduct these also tell us the kind of conduct that Mr. Singh is prepared to engage in order to keep a lie hidden and keep a lie a lie. Mr. Singh should come out clearly and tell Parliament what is his response to the specific findings in the Committee of Privileges. What is his explanation for the various inconsistencies that have occurred on the facts based on his own accord? What is his explanation for the complete and deafening silence about an absence of steps whatsoever that could have been seen as consistent with wanting the lie to be clarified? For months. Why is there nothing between him, Ms. Lim, and Mr. Faisal? Why is there no contemporaneous communication between them? Between me and my colleagues, just to settle what time we should meet in order to go through our parliamentary questions, we would exchange various pages of emails. But this, for most important matter, nothing. Deafening silence. If it is so, it is hard to believe. What about the disciplinary panel, which was set up to look into Ms. Khan's conduct? Why not disclose to the Workers' Party CEC, their own members and their own cadres, that in fact Ms. Khan had already admitted come clean to 3 of the senior Workers' Party leaders, that they had discussed it with her, given her guidance, and also disclosed that Mr. Singh met with Ms. Khan on the 3rd of October. If indeed he had told her to tell the truth, would that not be relevant to the proceedings of the disciplinary panel? Would that not mean that Ms. Khan had gone against and disobeyed Mr. Singh's advice and instructions? You look at it as a reasonable person, one conclusion, that Mr. Singh's account of the facts did not happen, which is why Mr. Singh was eager to suppress this highly relevant and critical bit of information. The involvement of all 3 disciplinary panel members and their knowledge from August about the lie. Still, a gap, an omission, and a question unexplained. Not explaining questions, not answering questions was something that Mr. Faisal Manap also did. He refused to answer questions put to him by the Select Committee. He asked for this to be recorded. Quite extraordinary. I was quite struck by how extraordinary this behavior was when I was watching it. He must have understood the severe consequences. Watching the video, reading the transcripts, the conclusion I came to at the time is that he knew that saying anything at all would be damaging to Mr. Singh and Ms. Lim. He could have lied to protect them, but he chose to remain silent, understanding the consequences. Because lying under oath or affirmation, lying to a select committee is a serious matter. It needs to be dealt with properly. People I've spoken to about the COP, my residents, have not always followed the intricate details of the allegations and the testimony. But when I asked them the question, did Mr. Pritam Singh lie? The response is usually one of maybe, possibly, probably, or I don't know. Most reasonable people admit a serious possibility that he might have lied. And the COP, the Committee of Privileges, has come to the conclusion that he did indeed lie, a serious transgression that ordinarily would require an investigation leading either to exoneration or prosecution. Ordinarily, because that's the standard of the law that should apply to all of us. Mr. Singh and the members of the WP have made many speeches rhetorical flourishes about accountability and transparency. They put across the idea that these are high principles that they believe in. But a key test of one's principles is whether you apply them to yourself for a greater good. Because action speaks volumes, much more than high-soaring rhetoric. And there's no sign of that action in the details that the Committee of Privileges has recorded about what happened within the WP, away from the public spotlight. Their communications, the conduct of the disciplinary panel, the statements by Mr. Singh, their actions and their inactions. What now is the right thing to do given that the COP found Mr. Singh to have lied? What now is the right thing to do if you are not convinced by the COP report, but you accept that Mr. Singh may have lied? Mr. Speaker, in both cases, I believe the right thing to do is to support the motion for 3 reasons. First, we cannot normalize lying by politicians, or even worse, reward it. This sorry saga has already eroded trust in our institution, and only a clear and unambiguous resolution will restore trust in the political process. Second, we must consider the impact on the future of our parliamentary democracy. We would not accept such behavior among our own MPs or anyone else. We did not let the matter rest when there was a suspicion that Ms. Khan lied to the House. We must hold Mr. Singh to the same standard. In future, there will be mistakes, there will be transgressions. We must be able to deal with them, and MPs must not think that they can get away with lying, deceiving Parliament and the public. They must come clean, apologize, and face the consequences. As a House, we must maintain our standards and our moral imperative to do the right thing now and for the future. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the allegation that Mr. Singh planned and executed what sounds like a ruthless deception of his party, the public and Parliament, under oath to the Select Committee, and then possibly threw his own party card as under the bus when they exposed him, it cannot be left to fester unresolved, weakening trust in politics, politicians, and this institution. It must be dealt with unambiguously, and if necessary by the courts, with neither fear nor favor, for the sake of our democratic institutions. Mr. Speaker, what we do now will set the tone and standards for our future. It will indeed impact upon our democracy and the strengthening of our institutions, but in the opposite way that many members in the media have described. To oppose the motions before us is to say that one values who a person is more than what they do, the very opposite of our ideals of meritocracy. To oppose the motion is to say that a politically useful outcome is more important than upholding values. To accept the weakening of norms as an acceptable price to pay for political success, and I find this all unacceptable. To support the motion is to fight for a Singapore that is special, where politicians can be trusted and are expected to be honest, capable, and upright. To support the motion is to fight for a Singapore where politicians do the right thing, not the politically convenient thing. To support the motion is to believe in our values and our integrity. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Desmond Lee.
Mr. Speaker, a clarification for the Leader of the Opposition. As a member of the Committee on Privileges, I heard Mr. Singh say earlier, very specifically, that, I quote, I had somehow weaponized her condition, unquote, referring, I presume, to the Committee of Privileges findings on what he had said about Ms. Khan's purported mental health conditions, weaponized her condition. Perhaps you can ask the Leader of the Opposition where in the report he sees us use that term.
Mr. Speaker, let me have a look at the report. It's in my
Yes,
possession. I will reply to that.
Prime Minister.
I don't wonder if it's possible. Let him check first.
Oh, thank you.
just checking whether it is response.
Mr. Speaker, I think Prime Minister can go ahead with his speech. I'll try and get the necessary information as soon as possible. But I think generally speaking, the nature of the way my decision to bring up Ms. Khan's condition was expressed in my speech in three particular, for three reasons. I brought up those three reasons, and I think it's incontrovertible that COP used very uncharitable, I would even say unparliamentary words to describe what I did. So my speech sought to explain why I felt I was legitimate in raising the matter of Ms. Khan's condition.
Mr. Speaker, just to clarify, Mr. Singh is saying that he saw the word weaponized in the report and he referenced it in his speech earlier. Yeah.
Speaker, I just said I'll have to check that. Let me have a look at it. I think it's a fair question. If indeed that word was not used and it was not right for me to use it, I'm happy to withdraw it. But let me just at least look at the report.
Mr. Speaker, I ask because weaponize a condition was a very specific term which was used in a draft of the committee of the report's findings, but which was subsequently taken out when the committee discussed this in secrecy. And so it does not appear anywhere in the report. So I'd like to ask the Leader of the Opposition, who told him about the use of the term weaponized with respect to Ms. Khan's mental health condition?
Mr. Speaker, I looked at how the COP report had put together that particular paragraph of Ms. Khan's mental health condition, and this was the word that occurred to me as to what the COP was trying to do.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, sir, according to the order paper, we are debating what actions Parliament should take, having received the report of the Committee of Privileges. But as the Leader of the House told us just now, the broader issue before us is how democracy should work in Singapore. What are the institutions, the norms, the values that are essential for our democratic system to function properly? How do we apply these general principles to specific cases, like the one before us now, so as to protect these institutions, norms, and values? And how can we secure our democracy for the future so that it can long deliver happiness, prosperity, and progress for our nation? These are the three more fundamental questions that I wish to discuss today. The quality of a country's democracy hinges on its people's values, what they judge to be right or wrong, what they deem important, the causes they espouse, the ideals they embrace. Whichever example you look at whatever point in history, you will find that good and functioning democracies have clear, strong norms. And these norms are upheld both by the governed and those who govern them, or those who aspire to govern them one day. And that is how healthy democratic systems can elect good, incorruptible people with the right values and drive a virtuous cycle where good democracy begets good governance and good governance begets good politics. This cycle must be underpinned and sustained by strong institutions. Parliament sits at the apex of our system of democracy. It's where the most important matters of state are discussed, laws are enacted, supplies of money are voted. with the government setting the direction and proposing policies, while answering to the public through Parliament. And the opposition holding the government to account, while also being a government in waiting, should the ruling party lose the support of the people. To fulfill its vital role, Parliament must be respected, and its members' processes and proceedings must be trusted. Clear norms and incorruptible values are essential to protect the dignity and standing of Parliament. The system cannot work if the standing of Parliament is called into question. And this is why we need to set the right norms of conduct among parliamentarians and guard them carefully. Tell the truth always, and do the right thing by Singapore, even when it is hard or awkward. In fact, especially when it's hard or awkward. And if something goes wrong or something wrong has been done, own up and take responsibility. Do not hide, dodge, or spin further lies to obfuscate and cover up the original fib. The right norms can only be upheld by people with the right values, because norms are not merely social conventions that people comply with for appearance's sake. They have to be expressions of internal values that people believe in and hold dear. MPs must be people with integrity at their core, who speak and act in an upright manner, always putting duty before self and country before party. And our highest duty, our ultimate loyalty, is not to our party, but to Singapore. That is why, when taking office, MPs swear to bear truth, faith, and allegiance to the Republic of Singapore. In fact, this applies to everyone engaged in Singapore politics, MP or not. As Workers' Party cadre Ms. Loh Pei Ying, who was Mr. Pritam Singh's former assistant, told the committee, "It pains me greatly, but to me, beyond anything else, it's important to be truthful to my country." I believe every member of this House will agree with her. Our democratic system also depends on the people of Singapore, voters endorsing, insisting on, and backing the same norms and values, so that they can discern for themselves, as Ms. Loh did, when something is wrong, and hold accountable those in power or aspiring to power when their actions fall short of these high standards. That is how a democracy can function properly. Inculcating voters and their leaders with the right values is the work of decades. It takes unremitting effort and passion, and it doesn't always succeed. Most countries are founded and start off on the basis of high ideals and noble values. But more often than not, beyond the founding leaders and the pioneer generation, over decades and generations, gradually things change. Things start off with passionate intensity. The leaders who fought for and won independence are often exceptional individuals of great courage, immense culture, and outstanding ability. They came through the crucible of fire and emerged as leaders of men and nations. They are the David Ben-Gurions, the Jawaharlal Nehrus, and we have our own too. Imbued with enormous personal prestige, they strive to meet the high expectations of their peoples, to build a brave new world and shape a new future for their peoples and for their countries. But beyond that initial fervor, succeeding generations often find it hard to sustain this momentum and drive. They start out as healthy democracies with idealism and zeal, but over time, the tone of the society changes. All too easily, a slip here, a blind eye there, a fudge, a trim, and gradually things go downhill. The texture of politics changes. Respect for politicians declines. After a while, the electorate comes to think, this is the norm and you cannot expect better. And so, standards get debased, trust is eroded, and the country declines further. Many political systems today would be quite unrecognizable to their founding leaders. Ben-Gurion's Israel has morphed into one which can barely form a government, despite 4 general elections in 2 years. Meanwhile, a stream of senior politicians and officials in Israel face a litany of criminal charges. Some have gone to jail. While Nehru's India has become one where, according to media reports, almost half the MPs in the Lok Sabha have criminal charges pending against them, including charges of rape and murder. Though it is also said that many of these allegations are politically motivated. What is to prevent Singapore from going down the same road? Nothing. We are not intrinsically smarter or more virtuous than other countries. Modern Singapore does not come born with a fail-safe mechanism. Our founding fathers did their best to build strong foundations and institutions. Even after the Barisan Socialist, which was then the main opposition party, decided to vacate its seats in Parliament in 1966 and left the field entirely to the PAP, our founding fathers maintained our parliamentary democracy and multi-party system. As Mr. Lee Kuan Yew once explained, at that time, with the PAP completely dominant, he could have changed the constitution and made this a one-party state. But he deliberately chose not to, because he knew that without the need to contest and win elections, the governing party would over time become complacent and flabby, and that would be disastrous for Singapore. So the founding fathers took the more robust way. They kept politics contestable, they built up institutions, parliament, the judiciary, the civil service, the police and armed forces, and later the elected president and the Council of Presidential Advisors. To enable Singapore to operate on a more resilient basis, not dependent on a few key people pulling all the levers, pushing all the buttons, making everything work. Still, to operate these institutions, you need good people, and they needed to recruit, train, and deploy ministers, MPs, judges, civil servants, experts in many fields. People of ability and commitment, with a sense of public service, and above all with honesty and integrity, whom Singaporeans could rely upon to do their duty, put Singapore first, and make this country succeed. And that is how the system we have today came to be. It is incumbent on all of us, each succeeding generation, to protect and build upon this system that we have inherited. And this requires us to uphold integrity, enforce rules and standards, apply the same rules equally to everyone, make sure nobody is above the law. If we can do that consistently, persistently, unflinchingly, then we have a shot at making things work. People can trust our leaders, our systems, and our institutions. Our democracy can mature, deepen, and grow more resilient as both the governed and the governing embrace and express the right norms and values. Singapore can continue to flourish. But if we allow ourselves to slacken, loosen standards here just a bit, overlook a lie there just this time, the virtuous cycle will stutter and start to fail. What is the key factor that keeps this virtuous cycle going, keeps Singapore on the up and not on the down? It is trust. On his 100th birthday, Mr. George Shultz, the former US Secretary of State, reflected on this. This was a year and a bit ago, December 2020. He wrote an op-ed upon reaching 100 years old. And he said it was one of the most important lessons in his long life, that trust is the coin of the realm. When trust was in the room, he wrote, good things happened. When trust was not in the room, good things did not happen. Everything else is details. We saw how this worked in the COVID pandemic. Trust was a key factor why some countries did better than others. I've been saying this for 2 years, but recently there was a study published in The Lancet, a British medical journal, which confirmed this, studied multiple countries and found that countries with high levels of trust and together with that low corruption saw lower infection rates and higher vaccine coverage. Because the people's trust in government and their trust in each other made much more difference to the outcome even than the resources spent on healthcare and even whether they had a universal healthcare system or not. What mattered most was, did they trust each other? Did they trust their leaders? Singapore is fortunate to be one of these high-trust societies. We have tried to build upon it during the pandemic, but it is something that we have today because we have nurtured it for decades and built it up, patiently, assiduously, step by step, never allowing it to be eroded, and therefore having this with us when we go into battle, an enormous asset. The opposite happened in other countries, for example, in the US and UK. In the US, trust in the political system has all but broken down. 3/4 of Republican voters have been made to believe that the last presidential election in 2020 was stolen, that Mr. Biden is not a legitimate president, and Mr. Trump should be the president today. Now, how do you uphold a system when a large segment of the population is convinced that the elected government is illegitimate? Every issue is politicized, government becomes gridlocked, the country suffers. And that's a key reason why many Americans refuse to be vaccinated or to wear masks, why they revolt against measures to keep themselves safe, and why they have suffered so many COVID-19 deaths. Or look at the ongoing uproar in Britain about the Partygate scandal in Westminster, the mother of parliaments, no less. The scandal has been attributed to failures of leadership and judgment in an official government report. By ignoring its own rules, the current UK government has caused a severe breakdown of trust and lost credibility in its COVID-19 controls. Singapore may be a high-trust society today, but nothing guarantees that we will always remain one. It's essential that we steadfastly maintain our high standards, ensure that we have leaders who embody the right values, call out wrongs when wrongs are done, mete out punishment when punishment is due, preserve the sanctity of our institutions, never take the public trust for granted, and never allow lies, half-truths, and falsehoods to become the accepted norm in politics. That is what is at stake as we deliberate Parliament's response to the COP report, to the Committee of Privileges report. Ms. Raeesah Khan lied in Parliament, twice on August the 3rd last year, and a third time when questioned 2 months later on October the 4th. Subsequently, she admitted to lying to Parliament. To deal with this breach of parliamentary privilege, we convened the Committee of Privileges. Ms. Khan was called up, as were other witnesses. The committee deliberated extensively before reaching a reasoned conclusion that Ms. Khan was guilty and should be fined for each occasion she lied. I hope all members can agree with these findings and the penalty to be imposed on Ms. Khan. But in the process of the committee's deliberations, 2 other significant issues arose. The committee has drawn them to Parliament's attention and suggested to Parliament how to deal with them. First, whether the 3 Workers' Party leaders, Mr. Pritam Singh, Mr. Faisal Manap, and Ms. Sylvia Lim, had instructed Ms. Khan to continue with her lie in Parliament. If they did, this is surely as serious or more serious a misconduct as Ms. Khan speaking an untruth in Parliament. Parliament will need to deal with this, but only after we've cleared the second, even graver matter. And this graver matter is, as the leader explained, whether, after having taken solemn oaths to tell the truth, the 3 Workers' Party leaders told untruths to the Committee of Privileges in order to cover up their instructions to Ms. Khan to continue lying. It became clear to the COP that there were striking contradictions between what the 3 MPs claimed to the committee were their honorable intentions and the hard evidence of what they actually did or very often failed to do. And there were serious inconsistencies even between the accounts of the Workers' Party leaders. Being untruthful under oath is no small matter. It means lying despite solemnly affirming that you will tell the truth. In this case, not once, not twice, but repeatedly, over many hours of extensive questioning and on several days. The committee's assessment is that these untruths were not accidental or incidental errors, but deliberate, premeditated acts done with a definite intent to mislead and to deceive. They are not just breaches of parliamentary privilege, but if proven in court, they amount to perjury, lying under oath. And perjury is a serious criminal offense. So there are 2 distinct problems. One, whether the 3 MPs instructed Ms. Khan to lie, and 2, whether the 3 MPs themselves lied under oath. Both, if established, reflect very badly on the Workers' Party leaders, and in particular, on the leader of the opposition. Both issues, if not dealt with properly, will dishonor Parliament and bring this august institution into disrepute. Some ask, wasn't Ms. Raeesah Khan the one who lied? Why are the Workers' Party leaders being treated more harshly? As the leader of the House noted just now, if the committee is right, and then Mr. Singh and his fellow Workers' Party leaders themselves lied and presented untruths to the committee. They lied under oath to protect themselves, to cover up their role, and to push the blame solely onto Ms. Khan, claiming that she and other witnesses, like Ms. Lowe, had lied to the committee. This is indeed more serious than what Ms. Khan did, if it is so. By lying under oath, they sought to frustrate the committee process. They displayed the same kind of misconduct that the committee was set up to address. They betrayed the trust reposed in them as MPs, and not least Mr. Pritam Singh, the leader of the opposition. And this, I hope members appreciate, if true, is a very grave matter. So, members must decide what Parliament will now do about this. Can we pretend nothing happened? Or if that's too much to stomach, given the strong evidence laid out by the committee, perhaps we lower our standards just a little. Note that untruths were told, but argue that it was, after all, not so serious a lie, and no harm was done. If we do either of these things, we too would become complicit in dishonoring and demeaning Parliament. We must take the transgression seriously and act on it. And I'm glad that's a conclusion the committee has come to and recommended to the House. What alternative choices did the committee have? It could have recommended to Parliament to administer a token slap on the wrist. But that would show that we were taking a very serious matter rather lightly. Worse, by lowering our norms, we would be telling Singaporeans that it's really not so bad for elected leaders to lie. Alternatively, the committee could have recommended that Parliament itself metes out an appropriately heavy penalty. This is something that Parliament has the power to do. But had the committee recommended that, and Parliament decided on the penalty itself, the opposition would surely have cried foul and accused the PAP of using its majority to persecute the opposition. In fact, they're already insinuating this as a smokescreen to obscure the real issue, that the Workers' Party had lied while under solemn oath. I believe, therefore, that what the committee recommends is the best way forward. Since the criminal offence appears to have been committed, let Parliament refer the matter to the Public Prosecutor. Let the Public Prosecutor consider the evidence afresh. Let the system work. If the charges are filed, Mr. Pritam Singh and also Mr. Faisal Manap can defend themselves in court. The court will have to be satisfied that their guilt has been established beyond reasonable doubt, and if they're innocent, they have nothing to fear. I commend this course of action to the House, and if I were Mr. Singh, I would vote in favor of both motions. Fine Ms. Khan, because she's guilty beyond doubt. In fact, Mr. Singh's own party member, Mr. Dennis Tan, who was on the committee, thinks she should be fined more heavily for the second offence. And if Mr. Singh maintains that he and his fellow Workers' Party leaders have done nothing wrong, he should also vote in favor of referring his own case and that of Mr. Faisal Manap to the Public Prosecutor. Indeed, he should demand a court trial in order to have the full opportunity to defend himself, vindicate his reputation, and clear his name. That is what I would do if I were Mr. Singh. Regrettably, pro-Workers' Party voices on the social media have taken quite a different tack. Before the matter can be conclusively determined, if necessary in court, they are doing their best to confuse the issues and rouse sympathy. They are asking the public to clear the names of the 3 MPs, suggesting that referring the case to the Public Prosecutor is political persecution. What they're really saying is this: don't look too carefully at what Mr. Singh did. Just remember who he is. He is the opposition that you voted for. He's the leader of the opposition. By virtue of his position, he should not be referred to the Public Prosecutor, and any action against him must, by definition, be politically motivated. because who he is more important than what he has done, even if he may have committed a crime. Some people may be taken in and sympathize with this story. They say, why not just let the matter rest? Can't we find a compromise solution? After all, it would be easier for the government not to have to pursue this matter against the 3 MPs. We have a full enough agenda. But, Mr. Speaker, as long as the PAP is the government, we will not shy away from doing whatever is necessary to uphold the right norms in this House and to imbue Singaporeans and their leaders with the values critical to sustain trust in the system and critical to our success. Mr. Singh succeeded Mr. Low Teck Yang as Secretary General of the Workers' Party. Mr. Low served for a very long time, 30 years as an MP, 17 years as party leader. He sat opposite me where Mr. Singh now sits. Mr. Low was a formidable political opponent, but he was a patriotic Singaporean. He set a different tone for the Workers' Party. He said he hoped the Workers' Party could help to build a first world parliament in Singapore. He must be saddened that instead, this is what his successor has done. Because what has happened is a betrayal of what the Workers' Party claimed that it stood for. But judging by Mr. Low's public comments, he is confident the party can ride this out. And it need not be a setback for our democracy either. Provided we hold Mr. Singh and his colleagues accountable for dishonoring the standards of this House and also for possibly breaking the law. Mr. Speaker, we are all engaged in the same project to build up Singapore's democracy and create a political system that will serve Singaporeans well for many years to come. And to do that, we must uphold the right norms and reinforce the right values. I know Singaporeans want to see more political contestation, and I accept that. I expect that this is the way Singapore will go in the longer term. That's how every parliamentary democracy evolves. And it was precisely because I recognized this that on election night in 2020, after the Workers' Party won a second GRC in Sengkang, I offered to make Mr. Singh the leader of the opposition and equip him with the resources and support to play this role. That is the way a responsible government can help a credible, responsible opposition to emerge and contribute to the maturing of our political system. But the office of the leader of the opposition carries certain responsibilities, setting the tone for opposition MPs, enforcing standards of conduct on his own party, and above all, maintaining his own integrity and keeping himself beyond reproach. The leader of the opposition does not have a blank check. Mr. Speaker, integrity is the linchpin of democracy. The stakes of today's debate might have been lower if the opposition were a negligible presence, as they were from 1966 until the 1980s. The PAP was overwhelmingly dominant. The public generally had low expectations of opposition parties and politicians. The tone of the country and its governance was set by the PAP and the high standards that the PAP imposed on itself. But with Singapore heading towards a more contested landscape, the competence and honesty of the opposition is no longer an inconsequential matter. The question of what are the right values and how should we uphold them becomes of fundamental importance for both the opposition and the governing party. Every election henceforth will be about who wins the mandate to run this country. If the system is working properly, the governing party will be re-elected, so long as it remains honest, competent, and trusted. If the governing party falls short, and Singaporeans come to deem an opposition party more honest and incorruptible, more competent and more trustworthy, then the governing party should be voted out, and that opposition party should be voted in to form the next government. We cannot assume that the PAP will always continue in government, nor can we assume that the Workers' Party or some other opposition party or any other opposition party will always stay in the opposition. I do not know when or how there will be a change of governing party in Singapore one day. My job as party leader is to make sure the PAP governs well to the best of its ability so that it retains the mandate of the people for as many elections as possible. But my duty as the leader of the country is also to maximize the chances that whichever party wins future elections, it will uphold and be held to the same high standards of proper conduct and honesty as the PAP, so that our democratic system can continue to operate properly, whichever party is in charge, and won't go down the drain. Because a small island city-state like Singapore, the only one in the world like this, needs a strong, effective, and good government, whoever leads it. With our lives and future at stake, everyone participating in the system must be held to the same standards. There can be no excuses, no double standards, and no pardoning of inexcusable behavior, just because the offending party portrays itself as the underdog. Mr. John Major, the former British Prime Minister, recently made a speech, triggered by Partygate, I'm sure, lamenting the state of British politics today. It was a cri de coeur, a cry from the heart. Let me read you a few excerpts. There has been cynicism about politics from the dawn of time. We are told that politicians are all the same. And this untruth conditions electors to condone lies as though they were the accepted currency of public life. But politicians are not all the same, and lies are just not acceptable. To imply otherwise is to cheapen public life and slander the vast majority of elected politicians who do not knowingly mislead. But some do, and their behavior is corrosive. This tarnishes both politics and the reputation of Parliament. It is a dangerous trend. If lies become commonplace, truth ceases to exist. What and who, then, can we believe? The risk is nothing and no one. And where are we then? If trust in the word of our leaders in Parliament is lost, then trust in government will be lost too. John Major's is a Western view. But in Eastern society, too, norms and values are crucial. In fact, even more than in Western philosophy, because Western philosophy says checks and balances, but Eastern philosophy says your virtue, your moral standing, that's what gives you the right to govern. In Confucian thought, there are 4 social guidelines, the 四维, that hold a state together: rituals, righteousness, probity, and shame. 礼义廉耻. Probity, or desisting from corruption, is about upright behavior. It is a norm that can be enforced using laws. But shame, a reaction to wrongdoing, is a moral disposition. It's about one's own sense of right and wrong, whether we know we have done the right thing or we know we have fallen short even when nobody said so. That has to come from within ourselves, from our own values, our own consciences. Absent that sense of shame, people may comply with laws for fear of punishment, but they will lack the moral compass to do the right thing simply because it is the right thing to do, and to take responsibility when they've fallen short of the standards expected of them. What I personally find most disappointing in the Workers' Party narrative and in their response, including in this House today, is the complete absence of any admission that the three MPs have done anything wrong. There is no contrition. Whether from the Western or the Eastern view, if lack of shame becomes a public norm, our political system will break down progressively and irreversibly.
Order. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move that the proceedings on the item under discussion be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order number 48.8 to remove the time limit in respect of the Prime Minister's speech.
I give my consent. Does the Leader of the House have the general assent of honourable members present to so move?
Aye.
Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the proceedings on the item under discussion be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order number 48.8 in respect of the Prime Minister's speech.
The question is, as moved by the Leader of the House, as many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, sir, whether you take a Western or an Eastern view, if lack of shame becomes the public norm, our political system will break down progressively and irreversibly. The public will mistrust not only individual leaders or particular political parties, but the whole political system. And this has happened too often elsewhere. If that happens, what do you do? What can you do? How can democracy function when there's no one we can trust to put in charge? How do you put Humpty Dumpty together again? How do you restart from zero? Press reset. A democracy not founded on integrity stands on shaky ground and will sooner or later totter. If instead of trust being the coin of the realm, as George Shultz put it, lies become the accepted currency of public life, as John Major said, all the sound and fury of contestation and debate will signify nothing good for the country. As Singapore politics grows more competitive, we must make sure that the competition is honest, impartial, and above board. Where the system runs properly and our institutions remain sacred and respected by all, where good people work together constructively to serve Singaporeans, wherever they stand on the political spectrum. And most basic of all, where Singaporeans can trust those who represent them to conduct themselves honestly and honorably and act on behalf of the public and of Singapore. Mr. Speaker, the committee report is long and detailed, but the core issues are few and stark. We have scrutinized Ms. Khan's actions and its rights and wrongs. She has admitted her wrongdoings and will be punished appropriately for them. We thought the matter could be closed off straightforwardly, but there turned out to be a much larger problem. Online, people call this Raeesah Gate, after Watergate. And just like in the original Watergate affair, while investigating Ms. Raeesah's transgressions, the committee unexpectedly stumbled upon a cover-up by Workers' Party leaders, even more serious than the original offense. The committee didn't expect this. But now, with the findings before us, it is our responsibility, Parliament's responsibility, for the MPs to take the necessary and appropriate course of action. Mr. Speaker, sir, trust is crucial for democracy to work well. Being truthful is fundamental to establishing trust. Honesty is non-negotiable. If you tell lies, how can the public trust you? If someone in a position of responsibility tells lies and visibly gets away with it, how can the public trust the system? And if Parliament condones lying among its own members, how can Singaporeans trust the institution of Parliament? If we let flagrant, egregious transgressions pass, it will erode trust in our leaders, respect for Parliament, and support for our whole political system, and Singapore will be heading for trouble. As the longest-serving member of this House, I feel a greater responsibility for this than most. When I first entered this House 37 years ago, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, Mr. Rajaratnam, Dr. Toh Chin Chai, Mr. Ong Pang Boon, Mr. E.W. Barker, and Mr. Jek Yun Tong were still members. 6 of the 10 who signed the separation agreement on the 9th of August in 1965. I've witnessed firsthand how the founding generation built up this place, handed it to us in good shape. For me, this is a sacred trust, and it should be a sacred trust too for every MP. We must all never fail to serve Singaporeans to the best of our ability, responsibly and honestly, and uphold this institution of Parliament as the foundation of a robust and healthy democracy. I call on all members in this House, old and new, government and opposition, elected and nominated, to weigh the facts, vote with your conscience, and join me to do your duty to Singapore. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the motions.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Speaker, just a few very brief points in response to the Prime Minister. I agree with the Prime Minister in the main with regard to the sort of political system we want in our country, values of trust, honesty. I don't disagree with the Prime Minister. My second point is with regard to his request to the House to vote in favor of both motions. As I explained in my speech, the reasons why we are objecting particularly to motion number 1 is with regard to limb C. And the understanding behind limb C, 2C, is that there is something for which Ms. Raeesah Khan's fine has been, the quantum of the fine is what it is because the assumption is the COP has accepted that there's a mitigatory point to be made. We disagree with that because that's basically saying that we admit that we had told a lie to the committee, and we disagree, certainly. And that's for the same reason we have to disagree with motion number 2. But as I made it clear in my speech, I am prepared to clear my name. And as a result, I will not be objecting to this House resolving to refer this matter to the Public Prosecutor. And I'll take the, I've made the point that I will strive to clear my name not once, but I believe twice, which first was in the introduction of my speech, and secondly, in the conclusion, and this is what I said: should Parliament resolve to adopt the motion, I intend to clear my name and will fully cooperate with the Public Prosecutor. Thank you.
Mr. Desmond Lee.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to return back to the earlier clarification that I'd sought, and the Leader of the House mentioned that after the PM's speech, he would let us know where he saw in the report the reference to that specific term, weaponized. I asked because it is a very specific word. It's a very specific way of characterization, and this is important for the integrity of the COP process. The initial draft read as follows. Mr. Singh essentially weaponized unsubstantiated allegations that Ms. Khan was unstable and unreliable, and that she was prone to lying because of her mental health, and this was connected to her being a sexual assault victim, unquote. But in the report before this House, which is the only public report put out, at page 58, para 176, subpara 4, it says, I quote, Mr. Singh then alleged that Ms. Khan had mental health problems and suggested that she was predisposed to lying, so on and so forth, unquote. So that phrase was debated in committee, and we decided to remove it, and this is what you see. So Mr. Singh would not have reference to this specific term unless somehow earlier drafts were shared with him. So can he confirm or deny that people told him about the drafts? So that's my first clarification. I have a clarification to make after this.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon. Indeed, the word is not in the committee report. And I mentioned earlier that the word weaponized was my characterization of what I saw was that particular paragraph. Indeed, the word is also used publicly. I think there's a Rice Media. I cannot remember whether I read this specifically, but Rice Media has an article which says, now that the claims on Raeesah Khan's mental health have been refuted, how do you feel about weaponizing an individual's mental health in an investigation? So generally, that was my characterization of what I saw the COP report was doing, and hence the choice of my choice of my usage of the word weaponized. I did not refer in my speech to saying that the report specifically used the word weaponized. I said the most egregious in my mind is the conclusion that in seeking a psychiatric evaluation for Ms. Khan, I had somehow weaponized her condition. I hope that clarifies.
Just to confirm before this House, Mr. Singh was not referring to any drafts or reference to earlier drafts. No, thank you. Sir, can I just take the second clarification that in his speech, Mr. Singh had said that the Committee of Privileges report somehow was incomplete or inaccurate because it didn't reflect all the evidence that was submitted. There was voluminous material submitted to the committee and transcripts running to the thousands of pages, which we took time and care to go through. He in particular said that the report didn't reflect or didn't capture or didn't include or didn't annex Ms. Loh Pei Ying's and Mr. Yudhishthira contemporaneous views about the formation of the DP as one example of his sense that the COP wasn't complete in its findings. And Mr. Singh had cited a few lines from what Ms. Loh Pei Ying and Mr. Yudhishthira had sent him via WhatsApp, and members had heard the exchange earlier. Their responses to him when he messaged them about the DP hearing. So what Mr. Singh omitted to mention were 2 points. First, that Ms. Loh Pei Ying had messaged him to express grave reservations about the DP, as well as Mr. Singh's suppression of material facts concerning his involvement to the DP. And I like to read to members, because the report annexes all of this. On the 10th of November, I quote, Pei Ying tells Mr. Singh, "Hi Pritam, I've tried to reserve my comment on the disciplinary panel so far, but I just saw the message that was sent out to everyone. I feel that it's plain as day to me and people involved in her apology that this is a little backwards peddling. Clearly, the party didn't anticipate the backlash despite warnings, and it's trying to do something to quell people's anger. While I agree with it, I can empathize with it. I don't think it is at all fair to let party members think they have a say in this process. If this is done as a mock consultation exercise, then party members will be unhappy their opinions weren't really considered. If it is not a mock exercise, then they will likely ask Raeesah to resign when they do not have the full facts. I welcome the DP to be transparent and share the involvement in this, their findings barring personal information, so that the party can make an accurate decision. Mr. Pritam Singh replies, I hear you, PY, but I do think we need to give party members a platform to have their say on this important matter rather than commiserate privately or between each other and believe that the party leadership decides things without considering their views. Paying replies, I get that, but the DP hasn't exactly told the party of its knowledge and involvement. Mr. Pritam Singh replies, despite that, it will be good to hear people out. Paying replies, but their opinions are not accurate because they don't have the facts. Everyone is of the view that we can cut her loose and distance the party from her mistake. But if she's out of the party, she's still subjected to the Committee of Privileges, and there's not much we can do to what she says and shares when it gets there. So that is one set of WhatsApp messages that adds more complexion to what Mr. Singh had read out earlier, and which was also raised to Mr. Singh. In fact, it's in the transcripts. If Mr. Singh may remember, at paragraph 10,813, 10,814, as well as 10,815, 16, and 17, where that extract was read out to him and he gave his views. So there's a lot of these material that's annexed in the report. Another response I have is that, in fact, on the same day that DP was formed on the 2nd of November, this is what Ms. Loh Pei-Ying said to Mr. Yudhishthra Nathan via WhatsApp, also contemporaneous, also in evidence. And I read it out to members in case you've not read it. It's in, I think, Annex CC something. I'll give you the numbers later. Very small, but it says at the bottom, in relation to to their discussion with Mr. Singh, immediately they contemporaneously exchanged messages with each other. And Ms. Loh Pei-Ying says, he sent the same message. Pritam told me himself about the disciplinary committee. He didn't say much more. Yudhishthra Nathan said he sent me the same message too. Pei-Ying replies, I wonder why he's informing the both of us though. Pei-Ying says, I asked him if we would be questioned. He said no. OMG, LOL. That didn't cross my mind. I think he wanted to tell us just so that we heard it from him before the party, PG. Which is nice, I guess, but I do feel he and Sylvia underestimated the backlash. Funny he made the special effort to tell the both of us, but not Ray. I think it's also being too reactionary. I would have let it simmer for another 2 days, and so on and so forth. At the bottom, it says, here it comes. He is also being dragged. So I don't trust Pritam to put himself above things, LOL. Like, when it affects him personally, I'm worried he will cut the cord. So these and other messages are in the annexes. Some of it is in the evidence, and some of the messages were placed in front of Mr. Singh and some of the other witnesses. They are in the transcripts. So, in a sense, all the evidence, all the exhibits will be placed before the PP, and I welcome Mr. Singh's support that all this will be placed before the PP to be considered, and so that he can clear his name and put his explanation out. Thank you.
Mr. Singh?
Speaker, it still doesn't answer the point that I brought up in my speech about contemporaneous evidence. The fact of the matter is the COP relies on contemporaneous evidence and puts a high probative value on it in certain cases, but Mr. Lee just read out a narration of text messages between Ms. Loh and Mr. Nathan, which is on the record. And my point is, I have submitted documents to the COP which are not on the record. And there's an important difference there. If the committee was minded to send us summons to produce, we produce documents. I have also raised other examples in my speech. I'm not going in my speech. I didn't go into it to the detail that I would have wanted because there is a recommendation to refer the matter to the PP. We are always told that it's important, when a matter is under investigation, let's not comment too much. I think I should be given that right as well, but Prime Minister has gone one step further and said, go to trial. I mean, that's certainly Prime Minister's view. I certainly expect a fair hearing, but my point still comes back to the point I made in my speech, and I do not believe Mr. Lee's clarification deals with it. What I would request is for the committee to return all those documents to me. I made a request to Speaker on Friday that all that evidence which I submitted, including the cover letter, is returned to me. I don't believe I mentioned cover letter, but I mentioned documents, but the cover letter is part of it. And I hope this will be done, because that's not in the Committee of Privileges' report.
I would just say in response to that, Mr. Speaker, that the committee did not rely purely on contemporaneous messages. It looked at the whole suite of action or inaction, and that is quite plain from the report. Be that as it may, all the evidence submitted by all witnesses was placed before the committee, was referred to. We assessed the evidence, we came to our conclusions, and we placed it in the report. But all material, including material that the relevant witnesses, including from the Workers' Party leadership, had submitted, would be placed before the PP for consideration.
Order. Propose to take a break now. Leader of Opposition.
Speaker, can I confirm whether those documents would be returned to me?
We will respond to you formally.
Asking chairman, or the chairman will respond
The committee
to you
will respond to you formally on that. Order. I propose to take a break now. I suspend the sitting and we'll take the chair at 6:15 p.m. Order. Order.
And that was part of the House's debate on the Committee of Privileges recommendations. Firstly, to fine former Workers' Party MP Raeesah Khan $35,000 for abusing parliamentary privilege by lying on 2 occasions last year. And secondly, to refer Leader of the Opposition Pritam Singh and WP Vice Chair Faisal Manap to the Public Prosecutor for possible criminal charges. Well, the debate continues in Parliament and MPs will vote on the recommendations later tonight. Well, the Parliament is taking a break at the moment, so let's take this opportunity to discuss what's been said so far with the Straits Times' opinion editor, Grace Ho. So Grace, first of all, to kickstart this discussion, your quick reactions to what has transpired in the debate so far.
Okay, Olivia, there's so much to unpack here. I'm just going to pull a couple of points, which are not entirely related to each other. I think the first very interesting one, which just came out of nowhere, left of field, was the idea of the use of the word weaponized, the weaponizing of Ms. Raeesah Khan's mental health condition. It was something that Pritam Singh raised, but then Desmond Lee said that, well, the word was in the draft of the court report, but not in the final report. So was there a leak? Or was it just, a casual use of a word that just happened to be coincidental? Mr. Lee's view was that it was a very specific term, which may have shown that an earlier version was shared with Mr. Pritam Singh. But Mr. Singh said, no, it was something that was taken from a Rice Media article. So I did a very quick search, and I think it came up with an Instagram post on 4 key takeaways from the case. And Rice Media did use the word weaponizing. But in any case, well, that's the first point. And the second one was the slew of arguments and counter-arguments, whether or not the COP had relied on sufficient evidence, whether or not it had accepted all the documents that the WP leaders had submitted. And Mr. Desmond Lee's point was that actually a lot of the evidence is contained in the annexes to the report. And Mr. Pritam Singh said, well, but you're relying a lot on contemporaneous evidence, which is evidence that is often collected in the immediate aftermath of a case. And Mr. Lee's response to that was, no, the COP looks not just at contemporaneous evidence, but all the other documents, subsequent evidence as well, that's submitted to the COP. Then I think the larger, the bigger picture issue, I think the observation that came out of this was that in Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong's words, the COP report is long and detailed, but the core issues are few and stark. So, the public, the media, politicians, we've all scrutinized, Ms. Khan's and the WP leaders' actions. But the larger issue here is also about, a country's values and the politicians' values. I think the phrase used was Raeesah Gate. It was compared to the original Watergate affair about the unexpected stumbling on a cover-up by the WP leaders that might be even more serious than the original transgression, something which the COP did not expect. But the point then was that with the findings before the House, it is now the House's responsibility, the MPs' collective responsibility, to take the necessary course of action. So that's I think some of the key takeaways. I mean, well, there was also Ms. Indrani Raja who reiterated some of the points that were in a sense red flags, that have dogged the case from the very start. If I can just briefly recap here, it's about inconsistencies. It's about things, for example, like if he had told Ms. Khan to be clear about telling the truth, then she would have no need to text Mr. Singh in the middle of the sitting in October the 4th, right? Or different interpretations of what it means by "I will not judge you." Then we've also had, I think, Ms. Indrani highlighting that the operative phrase which Ms. Khan used about thanking the leaders for guiding her through the incident without judgment raises questions about exactly what guidance was given, and what was implicit in that, according to Ms. Indrani, was that Ms. Khan had followed the guidance given to her to continue with the lie and the narrative. So I could go on here, but really I think what we are faced with, even at this halfway mark of the debate, is a slew of factuals and counterfactuals, invective and counter-invective, and it's still not clear what the final truth is.
Well, Grace, the debate has gone on for over 2 hours now, so thank you very much for extracting the key points. Let's focus on Mr. Singh's first prepared statement. What's your view on what he said? Did it further clarify his position in this entire saga?
I think it has definitely clarified his position. So I think his main point was that Ms. Khan has demonstrated a propensity to lie both in and out of Parliament, but yet what took center stage in the COP hearings was her own WhatsApp message and her own claim that she had been directed to lie. He also elaborated on 2 points, one personal and one more institutional in nature. The personal one was about the reflection on his own judgment about her admission. So he actually did acknowledge that he should have been more proactive and checked, where she was, her status about her letting her family know about the case and her lie. And that omission, he said, is mine alone. But on the other hand, he also said that his position would be to be sympathetic, with someone who has shared the fact that she has been raped with him, right? And the inclination then for him would be to keep it to a very small group of individuals or himself. Now, the second more institutional point is the selective, or what he thinks is the selective nature with which the COP dealt with the evidence before it. He claimed that there are objective documents submitted to the COP which are not on record, and he rejects the assertion that in raising Ms. Khan's mental health, it was an act of smearing her. He felt that it was relevant because, she had, after all, voluntarily shared her own documents showing that she was a patient of a psychotherapist. And in terms of Ms. Lopeng and Mr. Nathan's representations, his point also, which he reiterated, was that their loyalty to Ms. Khan is an operative consideration. And Ms. Lowe's own lack of clarity about the seriousness of what Ms. Khan did. Supposedly there was a quote that it was not on the same level of seriousness as laundering money, might reflect some of the personal inclinations of the witnesses. So there we are, and obviously the facts are still being disputed.
Well, Grace, Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong spoke as well. What were his most salient, most important points?
I think what the speech really achieved was bringing all of these technical details back to first principles. He spoke about how to protect norms and values. The quality of a country's democracy hinges on values, and good and functioning democracies have very clear, strong norms. And it's important to uphold these norms, and the right norms can only be upheld by people with the right values. So it was about bringing, I think, the heated debate and the differences in views and distilling them into a common ground. He talked about how, what is the key factor that keeps a virtuous cycle going, that keeps Singapore thriving. It's about calling out wrongs when wrongs are done. It's about preserving the sanctity of institutions, never taking public trust for granted, and never allowing falsehoods to become the accepted norm in politics. So there were a couple of strong words, I think, which will leave an impression in the public's mind. I think one thing that struck me was this part where he said, well, what the WP leaders are really saying is this: don't look too carefully at what we did. Just remember who we are. We are the opposition that you voted for. And by virtue of our position, we should not be referred to the public prosecutor. Any action against us must be politically motivated. This cuts to the heart of what many netizens and WP supporters have been saying over the past few months, which is that the entire hearing is politically motivated, and what comes afterwards is also politically motivated. And his point really was that we need to go back to first principles and see if there has been real wrong committed. This has nothing to do with political motivations.
Well, Grace, looking at the larger picture and what is to come later today, if Parliament votes to refer Mr. Singh and Mr. Faisal to the Public Prosecutor, what can the Public Prosecutor uncover and investigate that the Committee of Privileges could not do?
That's right. So we're now still in the middle of the debate, but at the end of it, Parliament has to decide if it accepts the committee's findings and conclusions. It can choose to accept or reject the recommendations or even amend them. The matter will be put to a vote by the House today, and only a simple majority is needed. So if indeed Mr. Singh and Mr. Faisal are referred to the Public Prosecutor, then a higher bar of proof is needed. So, the police can be directed to collect more evidence, such as email or phone records, and they can have the right to legal counsel, right? And the lawyers on both sides can also cross-examine the witnesses. So, we're not really talking just about, cross-examining the WP leaders, but potentially Ms. Raeesah Khan herself too. And this process of, discovery and uncovering and cross-examination could take anything between several months to even over a year. Then after the investigations are complete, the public prosecutor has to decide if the case is compelling enough to proceed with the charge. And if Mr. Singh and Mr. Faisal are charged, or anyone else is charged for that matter, then they will get to defend themselves in court.
Well, Grace, of course, the COP has released several reports from the hearings, but what has been proven during those hearings and in those reports, and what has yet to be determined?
Right. So, as mentioned earlier, what the COP has been looking at is contemporaneous evidence, together with written documents, conduct of the parties, whether the evidence given to the committee makes sense even in the first place. The reason why contemporaneous evidence has been bandied about so much here is because in this case there is very little documentation provided by the three WP leaders, although of course this point is disputed by Mr. Singh himself. And so when you have such constraints, the contemporaneous evidence, so like for example, Ms. Khan's WhatsApp message about being asked to take things to her grave, then become quite critical in helping the committee in its deliberations. But it's unlikely that continuing the committee or convening a new committee is going to change things very much, given that there's already so little hard evidence. And so it is important, in a sense, to bring it to the court of law so that more evidence can be uncovered. And that really is the part where it's yet to be determined how the case will pan out. It's not proven beyond reasonable doubt, that the leaders are guilty. And so now then is setting the stage for the next stage.
Right, thank you so much, Grace. Grace Ho there, the Straits Times' opinion editor, and you can be sure to look out for her piece on straitstimes.com or in tomorrow's paper. Well, the debate on the COP's recommendations will resume when Parliament returns from a break, and that's expected to be around 6:15 p.m. Stay tuned to the Straits Times' Facebook and YouTube channels.
Order.
Resumption of debate on the motions standing in the name of the Leader of the House on the Committee of Privileges report.
Mr. Faisal Manap. Ms. Sylvia Lim. Ms. Janet Ang, perhaps you would like to deliver your speech. Mr. Singh, would Mr. Faisal Manap be speaking?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but I think he's doing his prayers now.
Okay. Ms. Janet Ang, if you can just proceed. Mr. William isn't in chamber either.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by acknowledging the members of the Committee of Privileges and all who were involved in the investigation for the many days and nights they have put into the COP hearings and deliberations, with many of them probably having to abandon their December VTL travel plans. Thank you all for doing the work on behalf of the rest of us. It must have been a very painful and difficult journey for all involved. I have listened to as many of the key recordings and read as many of the key transcripts as I could, and I am satisfied with the process and the effort that was put in by the committee to establish the truth of the situation. Fortunately, I did not binge watch. I actually watched one at a time. Now, honesty, integrity, and trust is the badge of honor which has put Singapore on the world map. That's how we have earned the reputation of high trust in business, in diplomacy, in government, and in society. We hold each other to high standards, and almost always we are not prepared to bend the rules or close a blind eye. We strive to be cleaner than clean. It's not easy to hold up to high standards, but that we must. As individuals, every day we have the freedom to discern and choose to do what is right and shun the temptation to take the easier road, which could be to choose to do nothing, to do the popular thing, or to do what will result in less criticism and less trouble for ourselves. It is a daily test in every encounter with every situation and person I meet to make the choice to do the right thing. Pray help me, God. But of course, we are humans, and in spite of best efforts, we are not saints. We do make wrong judgments, and sometimes there may be good reasons that led us to that bad call. Notwithstanding, a bad call is a bad call, and we have to deal with it, own up to it, seek for forgiveness, and make amendments. Now, with respect to the COP findings, I thought long and hard if there are other options that the COP could have taken. PM had earlier on also alluded to, if you and I were in the COP, what would we or could we have recommended differently? Well, for me, suffice to say, to ignore the evidence is not an option. Hence, the recommendation made by the COP to refer the new case to the Public Prosecutor is the right and best option. In that way, the parties who were not the original subjects of the COP have a chance to defend themselves and clear their names. Trust is difficult to earn, but easily broken. So to do the right thing takes courage, but I hope we can also do the right thing with compassion. Honorable Speaker, I support the recommendations and the motion as set out by the Committee of Privileges. Thank you.
Mr. William. Mr. Faisal Manap is not here, so if you can proceed.
Mr. Speaker, in my speech, I wish to make a critical clarification on a specific finding by the COP. I will touch on the referral or intended referral of Mr. Faisal and Mr. Singh to the Public Prosecutor, and I will also argue why some reforms to the COP and its processes are much needed. Sir, during the COP deliberations, a matter has arisen about the handwritten notes tendered voluntarily by me to the committee. These notes were used as evidence against Mr. Pritam Singh to support the finding that he had given Ms. Raeesah Khan a free choice to continue the lie she had told in August. It is necessary for me to correct misconceptions that have arisen from the COP's findings here. At paragraph 237 of the main report, the COP finds that my handwritten notes were useful to the committee in its deliberations. The COP further notes, among other things, the following. Para 237, sub 3. Ms. Lim, a lawyer and chair of the Workers' Party, would have appreciated the effect of such evidence. It would be, and was, extremely damaging to the testimony given by Mr. Singh. It directly contradicted Mr. Singh's evidence that he did not give Ms. Khan a choice. Para 237 sub 4. Ms. Lim was clear in her testimony that a choice to tell the truth cannot be given to the WP MPs, an obvious point. That was also directly contrary to what Mr. Singh had done, and Ms. Lim recognized that, unquote. Speaker, I take a different view. If read in the proper context, my evidence is not inconsistent and not damaging to Mr. Singh. In fact, it is consistent with his evidence that he was telling her she had to tell the truth. Let me explain why. I had testified that the extracts from my notes had to be seen in totality to understand it. First, let me quote the extract from my handwritten notes, which was recorded in the form of question and answer. Question by PS. Before October session, I met you and told you it was your call. Did need to tell the truth in PAL occur to you? RK. Yes, but consumed with guilt and own experience. Thought it wouldn't come up. PS. Can't lie, right? RK. Yes. Sir, just looking at this extract, we see that when Mr. Singh says to her, can't lie, right? Ms. Khan does not contradict him. She says, yes, which is an acceptance that she cannot lie. Does this not mean that she understood what he meant all along, that she had to tell the truth? When he put to her that she could not lie, she did not say that she was given a choice. Secondly, sir, I'm baffled by the COP's conclusion that I had somehow recognized that Mr. Singh had acted contrary to an MP's duty to tell the truth. As I was puzzled as to why the COP stated that, I examined the footnotes used by the COP for this conclusion. I submit that the evidence I gave does not support this finding. For this, please allow me to refer to the transcripts of evidence. The COP cites footnote 421 as the basis for saying that I was clear in my testimony that a choice to tell the truth cannot be given to WPMPs. But if one looks at footnote 421, it refers to a particular paragraph of my evidence, which is as follows. Paragraph 12554, where I say, you see, it never crossed my mind, and I cannot fathom this possibility that Pritam would have given her the option to choose between telling the truth or continuing the lie. That never crossed my mind, and I do not believe it to be true, unquote. So the COP does not quote this paragraph accurately when it states that I was clear that a choice to tell the truth cannot be given to MPs. I had also stated at the same time that I could not imagine Mr. Singh giving Ms. Khan a choice, and I do not believe it. That puts a totally different complexion to the paragraph cited by the COP. Later in my testimony, I was asked by the chairman about the notes I recorded. I was questioned repeatedly about whether I agreed that the phrase, "it is your call," could be interpreted as giving her a free choice to decide whether to tell the truth or not. When I refer back to the evidence that the COP relies on, I find that 4 vital paragraphs that immediately followed were not included, which are critical to properly understand my evidence. The COP finds that I recognized that Mr. Singh had acted contrary to an MP's duty to tell the truth. For this, it quotes my evidence from transcripts at paragraphs 12936 to 12945. Please let me spend a little time on this. Here are the paragraphs that the COP relies on. 12936, Chairman says, in that last page, you mentioned about the conversation on 3rd October. At the top of the page where Mr. Pritam Singh said, before the October session, I met you and told you it was your call. So meaning that it was really up to her to decide what to do. And my answer was, I don't know the context, but he phrased it in this way. Then the chairman asked, from this, it would seem to be that it's really for her to decide, which is, I guess, and I say, she has to decide, yes. And the chairman says, I guess if you follow from this, when he said that I will not judge you, is that you decide what you want to do, I will not judge you for that. Would that be a fair interpretation as you see it? I know you were not there. And I say, I wasn't there. Then the chairman continues, I'm saying that as from what he has recounted here as recorded, and what we know now of what would have been said specifically, this would be a reasonable interpretation of it. That line came from Mr. Pritam Singh himself, who said, quote, to take ownership and responsibility, I will not judge you, unquote. So I'm just asking, this is the chairman asking me, based on what Mr. Pritam Singh has shared, and given what he said now here, would that be a reasonable interpretation that it was really left for her to decide? And my answer, well, I mean, I don't know what he said because I've put myself on a news blockout for the last few days. But in any case, it is recorded as it is recorded, yes. The COP then cuts off its reference abruptly here. Now, up to this point, I was at best telling the COP that I was not there at the meeting on 3rd October. Where was there any recognition by me that Mr. Singh had done something contrary to an MP's duty to tell the truth? Crucially, the COP ignored the next 4 paragraphs, which show that the chairman was still continuing his clarifications with me, which I shall now read out. Para 12946, Chairman. Just to remind you, the specific line he said was, to take ownership and responsibility, and I will not judge you. So these few lines came across clearly as what he conveyed. And I say, okay. And the chairman says, and I'm just asking you, that based on what you've recounted here, it would suggest that the option was left to Ms. Khan to decide what to do. And my response is, I think it also has to be looked at in the whole context, because what we recorded here was that I told you it was your call. Did the need to tell the truth in Parliament occur to you? Then she says, yes, but I was consumed with guilt in my own experience, and I thought it wouldn't come up. Of course, she's not saying here, you gave me a choice, so I made that choice. She says, I was consumed with guilt in my own experience, and I thought it wouldn't come up. And he says, but you can't lie, right? And she says, yes. So it has to be taken, I think, in totality to understand it. Like I said, I wasn't there, but this is what I recorded. Unquote. So, Mr. Speaker, these last 4 paragraphs were curiously excluded from the COP's footnote 422, even though it was part and parcel of the chairman's clarifications on the same topic. If included and properly understood, I submit that my evidence does not support the COP's conclusions. Next, sir, I will touch briefly on the referral to the PP, or the intended referral to the PP of Mr. Singh and Mr. Faisal. So if Parliament so resolves to refer both of them to the PP, it is only right to expect that the Public Prosecutor, law enforcement, and the courts will handle this matter impartially. How they approach this matter has serious ramifications. A court conviction may prematurely terminate the service of a Member of Parliament who has been duly elected by the people. It is provided in Article 45 of the Constitution that convictions in a court of law can disqualify an elected MP from Parliament if the fine is $2,000 or more. Contrast this with fines meted out by Parliament itself under the Parliamentary Privileges, Immunities and Powers Act, which can go up to $50,000 but will not disqualify an MP from continuing to serve in this House. So before I end, I would like to make some observations about the COP composition and processes. So the COP has disciplinary functions and recommends punishments for MPs. There has been public discussion about the composition of the COP, as it is overwhelmingly dominated by ruling party members. I find the state of affairs unsatisfactory as well. As it currently stands, the committee only has 1 out of its 8 members from the Opposition Workers' Party. This does not bode well for a fair hearing in Parliament where the ruling party has a supermajority of 90%. There is public interest to ensure that elected MPs are subject to fair parliamentary hearings. One way towards this is to have a more balanced composition. My suggestion is that Parliament consider amending the standing orders on the composition of the Committee of Privileges. If the committee's total strength is to remain at 8 members in all, then 3 members should be from opposition parties. This is likely to result in a less one-sided hearing and fuller consideration of relevant evidence. I now move on to some observations of the COP process. First, on representation before the COP, I would like to ask how the committee decided on conducting the questioning of witnesses by itself. In a past COP in 1986, Parliament resolved to have questioning conducted by a law officer of the legal service. It was further resolved then that lawyers be allowed to represent the MP and other persons as well. It seems to me that such a process is better. It would enable the committee to sit back and concentrate on evaluating the evidence dispassionately, rather than have committee members actively positing a certain case theory and trying to break witnesses down. If legal representation is allowed, there may be less need for Parliament to make referrals of cases to the Public Prosecutor. May I ask, on what basis did the committee decide to do the questioning itself and not allow lawyers in? Secondly, I believe guidelines are needed to safeguard the dignity of such parliamentary hearings. Members of the public have noted the strenuous questioning of Mr. Faisal and Mr. Singh. Mr. Faisal was questioned for about 6 hours in a single day. In Mr. Singh's case, the questioning was done for 9 hours in a single day, which, including waiting time, took 12 hours. While my own questioning was less than 3 hours, I waited for 2 days in a guarded room and was denied the use of any communication devices. When I needed to visit the bathroom, I was accompanied by security. When I requested to use the disabled toilet to have more space, permission was sought. Doesn't all this border on oppressive? Our courts of law do not subject witnesses to such treatment. So to summarize, I've clarified the effect of my handwritten notes in detail. I've also commented briefly on the referral to the PP that Parliament intends or will be voting on. And I've also made my own observations about COP processes and why I think reform is needed. Thank you.
Mr. Faisal Manap.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in Malay.
This debate is to approve the motion. That is the recommendations of the special committee, whether Raeesah Khan has to be given the fine of $30,000, and also regarding myself, Mr. Pritam Singh, Ms. Sylvia Lim, that will be referred to the prosecutor. I have given my evidence to the committee in a session that took about 6 hours, just like what Ms. Sylvia Lim has said earlier. In this speech, I will not touch or repeat what I have said during the session. This is because I am confident that at the end of this debate, this motion will be approved and Mr. Pritam Singh will be referred to the prosecutor. I will give my cooperation regarding that particular investigation. So it is better for me to give more clarification at the right time. What I want to say, firstly, is that I would like to reject the accusation that I and my 2 colleagues, Mr. Pritam Singh and Ms. Sylvia Lim, has given Raeesah Khan the advice to continue to lie. This is not true. And it is make-believe. I would also like to give assurance to the people of Adjournment GRC, where I have been in service for 11 years, that my service to you will not be affected. My Meet the People session and other efforts will be continued as per normal. For the people of GRC in Sengkang, I would like to repeat that I will cooperate with all the 3 members of Parliament, Ms. Hertingrung, Professor James Lim, and my other colleague in issues that are related to the Muslim constituency. This will be continued. Since the news was produced about what I, Mr. Singh and Mr. Lim has said to the committee, many have voiced their concerns whether this will affect our work. Concern has also been voiced about Mr. Pritam Singh. Many have voiced their support and also their concern, and also many has given us many of their prayers. Thank you to everyone for all their support, and we deeply appreciate it. I would like to repeat our commitment that since our party were formed, we have gone through many challenging times. In facing this current situation, I am confident that we will continue with great courage to continue our mission to give our services to the community. This is our commitment. In conclusion, I would like to deliver a quatrain about this situation. When someone enters a conflict, it is normal that there is sacrifice to be done, and from there will also be changes. Thank you.
Mr. Zulkarnain. Mr. Zaki Mohammed.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the leader, I beg to move that the proceedings on the business set down on the order paper for today be exempted at today's sitting from the provisions of Standing Order Number 2.
Question is a motion moved by the Deputy Leader. As many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Mr. Zulkarnain.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it is with a tinge of sadness and regret that I am standing here before the House speaking on this motion. I'm sad because one of the MPs has admitted to lying before this House and the people of Singapore. I'm sad because this whole incident has been protracted as the allegation and lies were left uncorrected for many months before the truth was finally revealed. I regret the manner in which the young activists who boldly came forward to give evidence at the COP proceedings have now been alleged by their own party leader that they may have lied out of loyalty to the former member, disregarding the many years of service and activism. Now, this is not the way young people who only came forward to serve the nation, not just the party, should be treated. I regret the manner in which the former MP has been characterized both by her own party's leadership and some members of the public, the same ones who had lifted her and backed her to the hilt before. Aspersions were cast about her mental health and the nature of the trauma that she suffered. Now, this is not the way that survivors of sexual violence and people suffering from mental health issues should be treated. In discussing this incident, whether during the COP proceedings, this motion, or elsewhere, let us all have some regard and consideration for common decency. Let us all also have regard to the feelings of survivors of sexual violence, people who suffer from mental health issues, and young people who are watching us today. In Malay, please. Tanggungjawab kita.
Our responsibility to the people in protecting the democracy of Singapore is a heavy one, and we shouldn't trivialize it. This is upon all of us. Trust can only be gained when our actions equal our words. However, once this is lost, it cannot be gained. The actions of the former AP is wrong, and she has admitted it. And we are now discussing her punishment that commensurate the mixtape. However, she's a young woman who's not experienced in politics. According to her, the leaders of her party, which has guided her to hold on to the untruth, but now they have turned their backs on her, and she had to resign. For us to have a first-class democracy, we should be able to have compete well. In this case, we should be able to attract young people, which put the people and Singapore above themselves and their parties. To attract this young generation to be involved in forming the future of Singapore, we should have leaders from all quarters to show the high moral and of high integrity, not leaders who turn their backs or leave them when they need it most. In this case, the evidence given by Mr. Muhammad Faisal is important for us to understand what actually happened in the COP report. Hence, it is very disappointing when Mr. Faisal refused to answer questions posed by the COP for 8 times. The question asked was simple. When Mr. Faisal gave evidence, he said that he had met Mr. Singh and Ms. Lim on the 7th and 8th of December 2022, just 2 days before he gave evidence to the COP. The meeting, according to him, lasted for 2 to 3 hours every day. He was asked about the documents that Mr. Singh and Ms. Lim brought to the meeting, but he refused to answer that question. Although he was asked for the evidence brought by Mr. Singh and Ms. Lim to the meeting, he refused to answer the question. Although he was told that his refusal may be an offense, he still didn't answer it. He was asked 8 times but refused to answer it. Hence, I understand why the COP has no other choice but to refer his actions to the Public Prosecutor because of his refusal to answer. What else can the COP do, or anyone else among us can do? I also regret another matter. Ms. Raeesah looked up to Mr. Faisal as a Malay Muslim AP who's experienced in his party. He's a vice chairman of the party and an experience in politics. He was a mentor to Ms. Raeesah. Ms. Raeesah asked him for guidance, and this has been proven in the messages. According to Ms. Raeesah Khan, she was advised to bring the lie to grave. And when this was exposed, she was sacrificed. Cik Faisal chose to keep quiet rather than answer questions asked by the COP. Where is his sympathy shown to the young when they really need him most? Is this the character of a Malay MP and a Muslim MP? We are a reflection of our religion as a reliable and responsible leader. A leader has to have the capabilities, given the trust, and show bravery, and it's tied down to the promises. They have the trust because they were chosen by the people and honored by the people and placed high on the pedestal.
To be called leaders. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the motions, firstly, against the former member, given her own admissions and the reasons stated in the COP report, I concur with the penalties recommended against the former member. Secondly, on the motion on adopting the COP's recommendation to refer the two party leaders and members for further investigation by the Public Prosecutor, I think that this is the fairest outcome, as I'm personally uncomfortable in judging my own peers and parliamentary colleagues. Let an independent body like the Public Prosecutor investigate, as this would allow both members to present their fullest case and provide their own explanations. With sadness and regret, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the motions.
Mr. Joshua Raj Thomas.
Sir, I support the motions. As regards the first motion, the conclusions of the COP and the recommendations flowing from these conclusions are obvious, as Ms. Khan had admitted to making the untruth. I will elaborate on my support of the second motion, that is, the motion to refer the conduct of Mrs. Singh and Mr. Faisal to the Public Prosecutor. The facts underlying the second motion arose in the course of the COP's inquiry into the untruth. In order for the COP to have come to its conclusions, it must have inadvertently formed its mind on the testimony given by the persons who had appeared before it. As regards Mr. Singh's testimony, the COP has said that it has disbelieved several parts of it, thus giving rise to the possibility that a serious criminal offence of perjury had been committed. As regards Mr. Faisal's testimony, he had declined to answer several questions that the COP had posed to him, which may amount to contempt of Parliament. As set out by the COP, and as mentioned by the Honourable Leader earlier, by the Honourable Leader of the House earlier, Parliament is perfectly equipped and empowered by law to deal with these two matters itself. However, the conclusions and recommendations of a fresh set of COP procedures considering these two matters are highly unlikely to depart from the conclusions already reached in the present proceedings. Furthermore, the potential punishment that may flow from a finding of guilt may have political consequences, in particular affecting the makeup of Parliament, and would inevitably suffer from the mire of being politically motivated. This was also mentioned by the Prime Minister. The gravity of the offences, if made out, would then be lost in such circumstance. In this regard, my view is that it is the correct thing to do, as recommended by the COP, to refer these two matters to the Public Prosecutor, and if the Public Prosecutor deems necessary for these matters to go to the court, then for them to go to the court. In fact, sir, I would be extremely uncomfortable if the COP's recommendations were the opposite, that is, for Parliament itself to take action against Mr. Singh and Mr. Faisal based on the facts that arose from the COP's inquiry. In fact, referring the matter to the Public Prosecutor affords Mr. Singh and Mr. Faisal what may be seen as a second, even third, bite of the cherry, because both the public prosecutor and the courts, if it proceeds to the courts, would consider all the facts anew. If the matter goes to court, Mr. Singh and Mr. Faisal would also be able to avail themselves of the adversarial process in criminal proceedings with all the protections of the Criminal Procedure Code and the application of the higher evidentiary threshold of beyond reasonable doubt for criminal matters. In this regard, I am glad that Mr. Singh has said that he intends to cooperate fully with the public prosecutor, and the points that he and Mr. Faisal, in fact, that Ms. Lim made earlier as well, are relevant and can be raised in these proceedings. And this should be a position, sir, that sits well with all parties in this House. Both the government and the opposition have expressed in this House and recognized that the courts should be the impartial arbiters of truth in matters where there may be political consequences or overtones. An example is the debate on POFMA. And in fact, this was precisely one of the positions taken by the Workers' Party as regards FICA last year. The courts are also alive to this role as an independent arbiter in matters that may have a political hue. In a decision in 2020, in which the Court of Appeal considered a matter where the convicted party sought to vary his sentence from a fine of 5,000 to a jail term so that he would not be disqualified from running in the next elections, the Court of Appeal held, and I quote, "It would bring the judiciary and the administration of justice into disrepute if we were to impose sentences with an eye towards the political process. After all, a court that chooses to impose an inappropriate sentence in order to avoid disqualifying a candidate from standing for election as a member of parliament could just as easily do the same thing to achieve the opposite end. In truth, both outcomes are equally abhorrent and impermissible." And the Court of Appeal added that the only guide for a sentencing court is that it must strive to impose a condign sentence. Condign, of course, meaning appropriate. So I have seen some online chatter that it is a foregone conclusion that Mr. Singh and Mr. Faisal will be convicted and lose their seats. I do not think, sir, that it is a foregone conclusion. There have been instances in which the courts have decided against the government, even in favor in favor of an opposition political party. Members may recall that in an October 2021 decision, the Court of Appeal allowed an appeal in part by the Singapore Democratic Party, challenging a correction direction by the Ministry of Manpower. In its grounds of decision, the Court of Appeal set out its reasons in extent as to why it allowed the appeal. We can expect that the court will undertake a similarly rigorous examination of the facts and the law in these matters as it does on all matters. And I'm heartened that Mr. Singh had also said earlier that he expected that he would get a fair hearing if it went to that. In this regard, I trust that all parties will allow the legal process to run its course, from the public prosecutor's consideration of whether an offence is disclosed, to, if it turns out as such, the deliberation and ultimate decision by the court. Parties, whether represented in this House or otherwise, should not cast aspersions on the office of the public prosecutor and on the courts, especially if the ultimate outcome is not one they expected or had hoped for. While this matter involves members of political parties, sir, I do not see the recommendations as political machinations. As is evident, the COP or the government could not possibly have been aware of the facts underlying the second motion until they were disclosed in the COP proceedings. I see these motions and any court proceedings that may follow as an exercise to protect the public interest and the integrity and standing of this House, and as a reminder that Parliament and parliamentarians must deal in the currency of truth, and that a failure to do so must have consequences. But equally, where there is no wrongdoing, an accused person must have a fair chance to vindicate himself. And not only must it be a fair chance, but it must also be seen to be a fair chance. Politics is politics, sir. But the facts are the facts, and the law is the law. In the circumstances, my view is that the best forum to determine the facts in these matters and to apply it to the law is the courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Mr. Messiman.
Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for letting me join this debate. The saga involving former MP Ms. Raeesah Khan's lies has now culminated in the report of the Committee of Privileges published on 10 of February. I read it with a very heavy heart. The core issue in this report is about lies. Ms. Raeesah Khan first spoke an untruth in Parliament last August. This is already no small matter. The Workers' Party leadership guided her and condoned her in perpetuating the lie. This is more serious. Even worse, WP leadership was found to have lied to the COP in attempting to cover up their role in the saga. This is a potential criminal offense. This is a major problem which needs to be dealt with seriously. COP has recommended fining Ms. Khan and also refer WP Secretary General Mr. Pritam Singh and Vice Chairman Faisal to the Public Prosecutor for lying under oath and refusing to answer the COP's questions and showing contempt for Parliament, respectively. But there are those who question whether things are truly this serious. Some WP sympathizers point out that the majority of COP members are from the PAP and painted the proceedings as bullying. Even the ruling party's own supporters are worried that it will be penalized by the public opinion. Clearly, the WP is prepared to make the most of such sentiments as evidenced in its statement issued on 11 of February, suggesting that the work, if Pritam Singh and Faisal are passed on to the public prosecutor, then the work of the COP is politically motivated. These sentiments have obscured the central point. That is, as a democratic country, can we tolerate lying politicians? We must be clear on this question. In Singapore, we operate on a one-man, one-vote democracy. Every voter votes for the party he supports, and governments are formed from the outcome of popular elections. Voters must be able to trust that political parties and candidates are truthful and do not spout untruth at will. Only then can electoral outcomes reflect the will of the citizenry. If the politicians are free to lie and act in a way that is inconsistent with their words, then voters cannot trust political parties. Elections become meaningless and our democratic system would gradually disintegrate. Of course, we cannot count on every politician being irreproachable in his conduct and values. In politics as well, therefore, there should also be safeguards built into the system. This is why contempt of Parliament or lying in Parliament would be subject to investigations by the COP and penalties meted out by Parliament. Lying to the COP would be dealt with more seriously. If there are still questions regarding whether the evidence given is truthful, then our courts would be the final arbiter of the truth. Any democratic society that hopes for stable governance must commit to upholding the truth. The problem is that the truth is never universally popular. A responsible ruling party will not lie, nor should it. But this also creates space for its opponents to use half-truth or empty promises to win support. When faced with an honest ruling party with a proven track record, every opposition party can choose between two paths. The first path is to deal with only the truth, point out where the incumbent has genuinely fallen short in terms of its policies and propose workable alternatives. The second path is to opportunistically and cynically distort the truth and inflame emotions for the sake of winning more support and votes at little cost. A responsible opposition party should commit only to the first path and stoically reject the second path. In a democracy, dealing only with truth that are not universally popular comes with a price, which is why both the incumbent parties and opposition parties face an ever-present temptation to relax their commitment to the truth, a temptation that is as dangerous as a temptation to be corrupt. As the people's representatives, we have to stay vigilant about the thin end of the wedge and guard against lies, however small. While party leaders must hold themselves and their MPs to the highest standards, all parties must fully support mechanisms that protect the truth. What weighed on me is that the COP report shows that the WP leadership is leaning not towards the first path, but towards the second path. They have demonstrated an opportunistic and cavalier attitude towards the truth when it comes to deciding whether Ms. Raeesah Khan should own up and when and how it should be done. First, when they came to know about Ms. Khan's lie, the WP leaders did not cause her to clarify immediately and proactively. They tried their luck with a wait-and-see approach. If the matter were not brought up, then Ms. Khan was to take the information to the grave. The WP leaders also guided her to maintain her original narrative, resulting in her doubling down on the untruth in Parliament on 4th of October, compounding her initial offence. The WP then arranged for Ms. Khan to assume full responsibility for both occasions where she lied on 1st of November while obscuring the WP leader's role in guiding her. Clear conflicts of interest were present in the hastily convened disciplinary panel that was announced by the WP on 2nd of November. The three WP leaders withheld from its CSC that the fact that they are already known about Ms. Khan's lies and the guidance that had been given to her, and the blame for doubling down on the lie was pushed onto Ms. Khan alone, and the CEC resolved that she should resign or be expelled from the party. However, the truth cannot be hidden forever. Eventually, there was an investigation, but when the WP leaders appeared before the COP, their performance was even more chilling. When asked about the impact of Ms. Khan's lie on the reputation of the police, Mr. Pritam Singh attempted to minimize that issue. His view was that the police was not a broken-back organization, implying that it was therefore all right to make false allegations about them. He also claimed that he had not required Ms. Khan to clarify the truth, as he wanted her to have more time to inform her parents of a sexual assault. However, he did not follow up to see if this was indeed done by informing her parents. Therefore, this excuse proved rather incredible. The WP leaders also suggested that Ms. Khan might be mentally unstable and possibly more prone to lying due to her having due to her experience, and this was proven to be baseless by a mental health professional. On the whole, the COP found Mr. Singh to have lied under oath, while Mr. Faisal Manab was in contempt of Parliament by refusing to answer the COP's questions. These are all possible criminal offences. So who have been hurt by the WP leaders' machinations? First, Ms. Khan herself. She lost her party membership as well as her parliamentary seat. As you can imagine, in the past few months, she must have suffered terribly as well, especially if she have heard what Pritam Singh criticized about her then, because the shadow that she's under would be even worse. I hope that she can walk out of that shadow bravely and prod on more bravely. Second, the WP as a whole and its supporters. You only need to read the statements by party cadres, Ms. Loping and Udin Ashrat Nathan, to feel their pain. Third is Parliament. The scant regard for Parliament's dignity and credibility demonstrated by WP leaders, despite being the MPs themselves, has undermined its prestige. Fourth would be the victims of sexual assault and mental health patients. The statements made by WP leaders have reinforced the prejudices that these people already face. Last but not least, our political ecosystem has also been hurt. Condoning the lies and being cavalier with the truth already undermines the foundation of honesty and trust that our democracy is built on. To exploit the public's sympathy for the underdog and paint the COP as being politically motivated not only distracts the public from the core issue, but also seeks to numb the public to lie and dishonesty. Gradually, it is wrong to lie, and it's worse for an MP to do so. But if party leaders, including the leader of the opposition, lie, then it must be looked into seriously. The behavior of a party leader sets a tone for the values of the entire party and is critical to the preservation of healthy dynamics within our political ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, this regrettable saga began with condoning one lie. But because those involved kept trying to cover their tracks, this lie snowballed beyond control. Nevertheless, before the debate today started, I had originally hoped that the WP MPs can support the motion based on their conscience and their resolve to serve the people. However, the three WP leaders who made their speeches earlier did not show any contrition at all. They seem to be insistent that they will continue with this. If so, our democratic system must also fight on right to the end. I hope that at the end of the day, the WP leaders can sincerely believe that they must win the trust of the people. I hope that WMPs can support the motion based on their conscience and their resolve to serve the people, not to thwart the truth. Be truthful and get back on the right track. I support the motion.
I'll now call on leader to make a reply on both motions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had listened to the speeches of Mr. Singh and Ms. Lim, Mr. Faisal Manap, and they've raised a number of points, but the points don't really address the core of this matter. They don't address the key findings of the Committee of Privileges. So I can understand tactically and strategically why you do that, because you've got this big, uncomfortable report that says these really strong statements. So it's probably, as a strategy, a good idea not to deal with those head-on, but to pick small little things here and there and to hope that other people will look at that. But since that is how it has been presented to this House, let me address all those small little points first before I come back to the key issue. I think the first thing Mr. Singh had said is that he did say that it's been something like 25 years since we've had to have proceedings before the Committee of Privileges. Yes, indeed. And it is a very shameful thing that we have to have a Committee of Privileges for something like this. For so many years, we were able to do without it. But now, after we have the office of the Leader of the Opposition, we have Workers' Party coming in, and then we have to deal with this. So, yeah, it has been some time. But I suppose when these things happen, they serve as a good reminder to all of us about the values that we uphold and the things that we need to do. And in some ways, this process has been educational. The second thing Mr. Singh said was that the COP did not appear to want to get to the bottom of why Ms. Khan lied in Parliament. Actually, there are hundreds of pages in the COP report that are all directed to why did she lie on the 4th of October. The first part we know was off her own bat. It's undisputed. That was something she did of her own accord. She admits it, it's not in dispute. The big question was why it was done on the 4th of October, and reams of paper have been directed at precisely that question. So I don't think one can say that the Committee of Privileges did not want to get to the bottom of why she lied. The next thing Mr. Singh said was the fact that she had concocted the lie was not balanced against her evidence to the COP. What that allegation really is this. The allegation is that she's lied before. She must be lying again. In courts, the courts deal with this. It's known as the similar fact evidence rule. Just because somebody has done something once doesn't necessarily mean that they are guilty of the same thing again. If you want to get to the bottom of something, if you want to get to the truth of something, you always have to look at each instance by itself and weigh it objectively. And that is exactly what the Committee of Privileges did. The next thing Mr. Singh said was that what took center stage was the uncorroborated testimony that she was instructed to lie. I spent a great deal of time in my opening speech listing out that what exactly the factors were that the Committee of Privileges took into account in terms of corroborative testimony, contemporaneous documents, contemporaneous evidence, written documents, the evidence of other witnesses, and whether or not something made sense. So I don't think that that is a fair accusation to level against the Committee of Privileges. The next thing he mentioned was that there was selective nature of the COP report. He didn't mention certain documents, he said. But then as we can see, when he made reference to certain WhatsApp messages, Minister Desmond Lee read out other WhatsApp messages. I mean, there was so much evidence, you can't possibly be referring to every single piece. But what is clear is that the committee took into account and considered all relevant documents. So the essence of the allegation by Mr. Singh is that the committee had cherry-picked the evidence. Well, Mr. Singh's a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. He knows that evidence that is given is considered by a tribunal. Relevant evidence is referred to. Not all evidence that is put in is relevant. And when you write your final report, you refer to relevant evidence. Tribunals, and in this case, the COP, doesn't necessarily have to put in everything that's submitted, but they did include a lot of documents, and the report does include many documents submitted by Mr. Singh, Ms. Lim, and Mr. Faisal. And if he feels that something is relevant and was not taken into account, he will have the opportunity to refer to it if this matter goes to court. But then, what's important is at this point of time, he shouldn't try to give the impression that the COP purposely left out certain things or cherry-picked evidence. I come now to Ms. Lim's speech just now. I think she made reference to the notes that she took during the disciplinary panel proceedings, and obviously because that piece of paper, those notes were very damaging to Mr. Singh. And so she sought to explain it, to put her interpretation on it, and to suggest that this wasn't really taken into account by the COP. That's not actually accurate. I think at paragraph 51 of the report expressly quoted her as saying that her notes had to be taken in totality to understand it. It said that Ms. Lim said she did not know the context in which Mr. Singh used the phrase. And essentially, the committee noted her position. So it's not as though the committee did not consider the things that Ms. Lim said just now. The other thing is Ms. Lim said much about the fact that the notes didn't just refer to the words, "it was your call." The notes also had the phrase, "did the need to tell the truth occur to you? Can't lie, right?" And she suggested that those notes were really in favor of Mr. Singh. That was dealt with at paragraph 55 of the report. Let me see if I can get this document. The way the committee dealt with it was they said that those questions were quite telling. If Mr. Singh had been very clear on the 3rd of October, then Mr. Singh would be saying, "I told you to tell the truth, and you did not. You went against my instructions in telling the truth to Parliament." That was a serious breach of party discipline. He would not be saying, as he did, "I have told you that it was your call. Why didn't it occur to you to tell the truth and can't lie, right?" So in short, the points that Ms. Lim talked about just now was something that the committee considered, and it's in the report. Then the next sort of strategy was really to cast some aspersions on the COP itself and to suggest that somehow there's something wrong with the composition of the COP. The composition of the COP is dealt with in the Standing Orders of Parliament in section 107. Let me just pull that up. And it says, it's Standing Order 107, subparagraph A1. There shall be a committee to be known as the Committee of Privileges, to consist of the Speaker as chairman and 7 members to be nominated by the Committee of Selection as soon as may be after its appointment, in such manner to ensure that, so far as is possible, the balance between the government benches and the opposition benches in Parliament is reflected in the committee. So in other words, what the standing orders seek to do is to make sure that the select committee, which is a standing select committee, it reflects the same balance that there is here in Parliament. And Mr. Singh has spoken many times about why don't we have more select committees and about the supremacy of Parliament. So all of these are in the rules which have been there for a long time. And these rules, if I recall correctly, they have been revised from time to time. And if I recall correctly, I believe Mr. Loh Tau Kiang was on the committee for the revision of the rules at one stage. They've always had an opposition member, and nobody has complained about the composition of the committee. And in fact, when we had to determine who would be the opposition representative on the Committee of Privileges, Mr. Dennis Tan was nominated by Mr. Singh, and he certainly did not complain at that time or say that he should have more opposition members. So it just really rather does sound as though if you don't like the outcome of the Committee of Privileges, then you complain about how it is composed when it was never an issue before. Then I think Ms. Lim talked about the length of the proceedings. Why was it necessary to question Mr. Singh for so long? The answer is that the length of time that it takes to do an inquiry or to question somebody really depends on the answers that they give. I have done cross-examination in court myself. The witnesses who give you the answers in a straightforward and straight manner actually go off very quickly. The ones who don't give a straight answer, the ones who you really have to extract the information from, those take a long time. In this case, Ms. Lim's evidence herself her evidence was relatively short because the answers that she gave were to the point. Then I should also say that she questioned how come there was no legal representation on the Committee of Privileges for the people who appeared before it. Well, the default position is that for Committee of Privileges, generally speaking, they do the questioning, but by special application where it's necessary, if there's good reason for it, witnesses can apply to bring outside counsel. But I think the more important point to remember here is that Mr. Singh's a lawyer, and so is Ms. Lim. Don't think they really needed external counsel to be able to answer the questions that were put to them, which were not particularly difficult, well within their ability to understand and respond to. So now I come to the point about what the speeches did not address. The speeches did not address the core findings of the Committee of Privileges, which was, why did it take so long to have the truth told to Parliament? I mean, you would think that from the time that it's disclosed to them, the first reaction should be, oh no, this is terrible, we better go back and clarify. But no, this matter dragged on for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, and it only came about after the police had already put in their request for an interview, and it became clear that this issue was not going to go away. The other is this very puzzling thing about why there was no direct instruction to tell the truth. Because after all this evidence, and this is not disputed, there is no clear instruction from Mr. Singh or anybody else to say, Raeesah, please go back to Parliament and tell them the truth. Instead, there's this passing of words, this take ownership, take responsibility, I will not judge you. I mean, how difficult is it to just say, Raeesah, tell the truth? How difficult is it to do that? Not very. Anybody should know how you can do that. So this business of asking Ms. Khan, being worried about her telling her parents or have the parents found out, if that was so, how come nobody asked her whether she had told her parents? Why was no effort made to find out if she had cleared that so that you could come back to Parliament and tell the truth? And why wasn't their own party told about it? How do you have a disciplinary panel that's set up to sit in judgment upon somebody, to judge her for something where, in fact, she has already told you, you know what she has done from months back, but you're sitting there in judgment on her? I mean, these are questions that have not been answered, and these are pertinent questions. So that leaves us with a situation where we have to decide what to do. And as I wrap, let me just start or wrap where Mr. Singh began when he said, who did this House appoint to, who did this House commit to the Committee of Privileges, Raeesah Khan or the WP leadership? Now that's somewhat misleading. You see, under the standing orders and the way the procedure goes, when a complaint arises and it comes to Parliament's attention, Parliament has to deal with it somehow. You can't ignore it, right? So in this case, once Ms. Khan came to Parliament and admitted that she had lied, it had to be looked into. I referred it to the Committee of Privileges. The Committee of Privileges was inquiring into the complaint about her. But in the course of that, these things came up, and it became clear to the Committee of Privileges that there is a problem because they think that their 3 senior WP leaders were lying and had guided her to not tell the truth in Parliament until there was no other choice. Now, what is the Committee of Privileges supposed to do? Pretend it didn't happen? Ignore it? It can't do that. It was not set up to look into the 3 WP leaders. That part is correct. But if you are then seized with information or it comes to your attention that the 3 WP leaders have done something wrong, you have a duty, the Committee of Privileges has a duty to come back to Parliament and tell us which they have done in the report. And we here in this chamber now have a duty to consider it and to do something about it. And there are only three things we can do. One, we can just say, I'm not going to look at it. I don't want to discuss it. I don't want to deal with it. And that would be wrong. It would be wrong for all the reasons that the Prime Minister has said. It would be wrong because it would be an abdication of our responsibility, and it would be wrong because it's a rejection of our values. The second thing we can do is to say, okay, let's punish them straight away. But then Mr. Singh is saying that he denies this. He is saying that they didn't do these things. So he's actually objecting. And so you could ride roughshod, you could steamroll, but that's not the right thing to do either, because just like Ms. Raeesah Khan was inquired into, somebody has to inquire into this. And there are only two ways. One is you set up another committee of privileges. And the COP has said they don't think it's going to get very far because they've pretty much heard what there is to hear. And if you go back, you're going to have the same thing. And not only that, there's probably going to be aspersions cast on the new Committee of Privileges. So for the more egregious, serious transgressions, in this case, the findings that Mr. Singh had lied and that Mr. Faisal Manap had prevaricated, refused to give documents, refused to produce, to answer questions, the recommendation is that those be referred to the public prosecutor. And the other things, for example, that Ms. Lim lied, that Mr. Manap lied, those we hold back until the public prosecutor has decided what to do. So whatever it is, we cannot run away from the fact that we have before us a report. The report has highlighted things that we cannot ignore, and we have to make a decision. And referring Mr. Singh and Mr. Manap to the public prosecutor is the fairest thing to do, because if they maintain their innocence, they will have a chance to vindicate themselves. They will be entitled to legal counsel, legal representation, and it will go before the courts, who are independent, and they need not fear that there is any political interference. So I think, Mr. Speaker, I have dealt with the various things that have been raised. The only thing I wanted to check with Mr. Singh was this, because I had understood when he spoke just now that there's some things that the Workers' Party, or he, agrees to. One is the finding against Ms. Raeesah Khan for abuse of privilege. I think that is not disputed. The second thing is that the fine in respect of the untruths told on the 3rd of August, twice, that I think is not disputed, and they agree with that. What they don't agree with is the fine for the third time that she lied, the $10,000, because implicit in that was that she was acting on their guidance. So they don't agree with that, and then they don't want to vote on that. So I suppose what I'm asking Mr. Singh is if he can clarify that they would be prepared to vote in favor of the first two parts of the first motion, but not in favor of the last part, which imposes the $10,000 fine. And then in respect of the second motion, because I had heard him say that he wishes to clear his name and that he will go before, cooperate with the public prosecutor, I'm asking, is Mr. Singh prepared to agree to the part of the motion which says that he and Mr. Faisal Manap be referred to the public prosecutor? I can understand that they don't want to vote the other parts of the motion. So perhaps if Mr. Singh could clarify that part, and then we can think about how we can deal with the votes on the two motions.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Speaker, just to confirm what Leader of the House is suggesting, indeed, for motion number 1, with regard to 2 Alpha and 2 Bravo, we will be voting in favor. And then for 2 Charlie, indeed, as I believe the leader said, that implicit in that we are going to vote no, and she is right, because implicit in that is an acknowledgement that our actions somehow mitigate the quantum. Now, for the very same reason, Leader of the House is right. Mr. Faisal Manap and myself have no objection to being referred to the Public Prosecutor. But, and this is a big but, we will still vote no to motion number 2 because in the same way it is implicit in motion number 1, 2C, it is also implicit in the second para that the basis of the referral to the PP arises from evidence uncovered at the COP, and we reject those findings. So I hope that's clear.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his clarifications. And so just to be sure that I have this correct. So for the second motion, the Leader of the Opposition and WP will be voting against it in its entirety. Is that correct?
That is correct. Okay. But important caveat is, as what I mentioned about Mr. Faisal and myself, we are prepared to be referred to the Public Prosecutor.
I understand. And for the first one, they would be prepared to vote in favor of the first paragraph. That's the taking note of the special reports. That's all right?
Leader, could you put that question again?
If you look at the first motion, the first resolution of the first motion is to take note of the special reports. Well, it's actually not resolution, but just says to take note of the special reports. So you don't have a problem with taking note of the special reports, right?
No objection.
Okay. And then paragraph 2, you would have no objection to paragraph 2A. That is the resolution that resolves that Ms. Raeesah Khan is guilty of abuse of privileges of Parliament.
That is correct. 2 alpha, no objection.
Okay. And you have no objection to paragraph 2B.
The one that covers the fine of $25,000? Yes, no objection.
Okay. So it's really only in respect of the $10,000 fine.
Mr. Speaker, rather than standing up and sitting down, may I be allowed to just stand at the rostrum?
Please do.
Leader, please.
Yes. No, so I'm just confirming that paragraphs 2A and 2B you agree with, and paragraph 2C you don't agree with.
That is correct.
Okay. If that is the case, normally, I'm not going to ask you anything else, so you may sit down. Normally, for a motion, when you vote for motion, you vote for the motion in its entirety. So if there are 3 things on the motion and you agree with 2, but not 1, normally you would vote against the entire thing, right? But there is a way to allow us to vote for 2A and 2B and remove 2C, which is voted on separately, if we lift the standing orders. And what I will do, with the Speaker's permission, would be to ask to lift the standing orders in respect to the first motion to allow the votes for 2A and 2B to be taken, and then for 2C to be taken separately, which will then record that the first 2 was unanimously passed, and the third one was rejected by the WP.
Please proceed.
I would have to ask for the procedural note. Would the clerks have a copy of the procedural note for this? Or if not, just give me a moment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I seek your consent? Second one's not, because they're not. Mr. Speaker, may I seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move that the question on the first motion in respect of the Committee of Privileges report, recommendations in respect of Ms. Raeesah Khan, be put and voted in two parts, that the first question to be put upon paras 1 and 2A-B of the motion, and that the second question to be put upon para 2C of the motion.
Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the standing orders, the question on the first motion in respect of the Committee of Privileges report, recommendations in respect of Ms. Raeesah Khan, be put and voted in two parts. That the first question be put upon paras 1 and para 2A to B of the motion, and that the second question be put upon para 2C of the motion.
The question is as moved by the Leader of the House. As many as of the opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would not be seeking to lift the standing orders in respect to the second motion, since Mr. Singh has said that they would be not agreeing to any part of it, with the important caveat that they have put on record that he and Mr. Faisal are prepared to be referred to the Public Prosecutor.
Mr.
To
Speaker,
clear his name.
Dr. Janil.
Mr. Speaker, may I propose that we proceed with the original amendments to the process that Leader had articulated to split the second vote, because there are other members in the House, and they may have different views on the clauses as we've described. I would propose that we do split the second motion into two votes.
So as moved by the Leader of the House, shall we proceed?
Sir, I think what Mr. Janil Puthucheary is asking me to do is to also move to allow the second motion to have split votes. The reason being that there may be other members in the House who may wish to, who may not wish to vote it in its entirety. So if you will permit, I will then move a motion now to seek that the second motion be allowed to be voted in split manner as well.
Please do.
Let me just make sure that I understand Mr. Puthucheary correctly. Mr. Speaker, may I seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move that the question on the second motion in respect of the Committee of Privileges report, recommendations in respect of Mr. Pritam Singh, Mr. Faisal Manap, and Ms. Sylvia Lim, be put and voted in two parts. That the first question be put upon paragraphs 1 and 2 of the motion, and that the second question be put upon paragraph 3 of the motion.
Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the standing orders, the question on the second motion in respect of the Committee of Privileges report, recommendations in respect of Mr. Pritam Singh, Mr. Faisal Manap, and Ms. Sylvia Lim, be put and voted in two parts, that the first question be put upon paras 1 and 2 of the motion, and that the second question be put upon paragraph 3 of the motion.
The question is as moved by the Leader of the House. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We have now come to the conclusion of the debate. I shall put the necessary questions to the House for decision. We will first deal with the motion on the Committee of Privileges report, recommendations in respect of Ms. Raeesah Khan. Question is, regards to the amended first motion, that this Parliament takes note of the special reports of the Committee of Privileges contained in A. Paper Pal 5 of 2021, Paper Pal 6 of 2021, Paper Pal 7 of 2021, Paper Pal 8 of 2021, Paper Pal 9 of 2021, Paper Pal 10 of 2021, Paper Power 11 of 2021, and agrees with the recommendation of the Committee of Privileges relating to Ms. Raeesah Khan, as stated in the committee's report contained in Paper Power 13 of 2022, and resolves that Ms. Raeesah Khan is guilty of abuse of the privileges of Parliament for the untruth spoken in Parliament on 3rd August 2021 twice, and repeated on 4th October 2021, that a fine of $25,000 be imposed on her for stating the untruth twice in Parliament on 3rd August 2021. As many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The second question is that this Parliament agrees with the recommendation of the Committee of Privileges relating to Ms. Raeesah Khan, as stated in the committee's report contained in Paper Power 13 of 2022, and resolves that a fine of $10,000 be imposed on her for repeating the untruth on 4th October 2021. As many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. Leader of Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, can I request that the dissent of the MPs be recorded?
Yes, please. Those who are dissenting, please stand in, please, so that we can record your dissent. Thank you. You may sit. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now deal with the next question. That this Parliament notes that it appears from the report of the Committee of Privileges, Paper Power 13 of 2022, of the report, that offences under Part 5 of the Parliament Privileges, Immunities and Powers Act may have been committed before the Committee of Privileges. Resolves under Section 21(1)(c) of the Parliament Privileges, Immunities and Powers Act to refer to the conduct of Mr. Pritam Singh and Mr. Muhammad Faisal bin Abdul Manap before the committee to the Public Prosecutor. As many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. Leader of Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, for the same reason I mentioned with regard to the original motion number 1, para 2C, while Mr. Faisal and myself are prepared to be referred to the Public Prosecutor, we don't agree with this particular paragraph because the basis of the referral to the Public Prosecutor is from the findings of the Committee of Privileges, and we reject the allegation that we told untruths.
Noted. So let me repeat again. As many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. Would you like to record a dissent? Those recording a dissent, please stand.
Yes.
Thank you. You may sit. That brings us to the last question. That this Parliament resolves that findings in the report regarding 1. Mr. Singh's, Mr. Mr. Williams and/or Mr. Faisal's respective roles as set out in the report in relation to the untruth spoken by Ms. Raeesah Khan in Parliament on 3rd August 2021 twice and repeated on 4th October 2021. And secondly, Ms. Lim, Mr. Faisal's statement stating of untruths to the Committee on Oath Affirmation, and appropriate sanctions in respect thereof be deferred until after the conclusion of the investigations and criminal proceedings, if any, against Mr. Singh. As many as of the opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. No. Would you like to record your dissent?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You may just stand in your place. Thank you. Please be seated. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader, adjournment of Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Leader, I beg to move that its rising today Parliament do stand adjourned.
The question is that at its rising today, Parliament do stand adjourned to Friday, 18th February 2022. As many as of the opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Mr. Louis Ng.
So let me start by thanking members of the public, students from Cape, UNUS, and for their unwavering efforts in helping our migrant workers and giving a voice to the voiceless. Sir, every parent wishes for the opportunity to watch their child grow up. I feel lucky to have been there for my 3 daughters through their years of laughter, tears, tantrums, and of course, joy over unboxing LOL dolls. Children do grow up so quickly, and these precious, fleeting moments will never happen again. It is time we will never get back. Unfortunately for most of our low-wage migrant workers, these are milestones they will only experience through phone screens from thousands of miles away.